the problem is for the smaller, the startups, the MSMEs and so on. So in the next few minutes, I shall bring forth the Navy's ambitions and our expectations and the expectations from the defense industry. So as we march into the Amrit Kal, India today is a nation aspiring to be a fully developed one by 2047. So to achieve that, what we need is an uninterrupted and continuously growing economy. Approximately 95% of our country's trade by volume and about 68% by value comes through the seas. And 88% of our oil imports are through the seas, and another 6% are met from offshore assets. In addition, we have our exclusive economic zone, which is about 2 million square kilometers. It contains significant amount of marine wealth and resources, and the seas around us and the oceans touching them are therefore of great importance to our economy. So as our nation tries to find its rightful place in the Committee of Nations, it is given that the seas will drive our growth and prosperity in the future. That is, as we move to become the third largest economy, that much more trade will go through the sea, and therefore it will be very important to ensure that the seas remain safe, stable, secure. And that is the job of the maritime agencies like the Navy, Coast Guard and so on. So while this progress will happen, it will not be without its challenges. All you have to see is look at the global events that are happening and the regional strategic issues. In my estimate, I am convinced that we are currently transiting through a contested present into a uncertain future. And this contest in the present manifests not only as conflict, but also as intense competition across the entire spectrum. These are also aggravated because of the non-state actors, state-sponsored actors, business and interest groups utilizing disruptive technology and social influencers. So while the future has always been difficult to predict, the uncertainties which define estimates for forthcoming decades are truly significant. These are an outcome of the rapidly expanding scope, scale, and depth of capabilities that certain emerging domains and their drivers offer. And one such driver is technology. So you're all here, you're familiar with technology. Its impact on security has been increasing steadily over the past few decades. In the current and future security paradigm, concerns about proliferation of sensitive technologies like WMD, missiles and drones have all assumed new relevance because of these non-state actors and rogue states which are using such technology for asymmetric advantage, like we see today in West Asia. So the Indian Navy remains at the forefront of safeguarding crucial global trade routes and India's maritime interests, with the ongoing anti-drone and anti-piracy operations protecting the merchant vessels both in the north and in the West Arabian Sea from missile attacks and from the pirates. So I want to say that we will not hesitate to deploy the full spectrum of capabilities to ensure safety, security and stability of the global commons or the Indian Ocean region. But it is not technology per se that is good or bad. It is the manner in which we use technology which defines its characteristics. Therefore, like every challenge, technological advancements also come with concurrent opportunities. So to harness these opportunities, collaboration is essential and can help bridge the gap in this regard. So there is a need for us to work together as a team to transform. As far as the Navy is concerned, while charting a course for the future, we are guided by the vision of our national leadership, be it the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's articulation of Panch Pran, the single-minded focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, or other transformational initiatives like Digital India, Skill India, and so on, amongst others. The aspirational national direction is quite clear. So I'll focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat as a binding factor, which is why all of us are here today. So in Atmanirbhar Bharat, a key pillar is the uh, Atmanirbhar defense industry. So while it has commercial and fiscal facets, we must remain cognizant that Atmanirbharta in defense is no longer economic imperative, but it is a strategic requirement for retaining our strategic autonomy. So dependency on external sources alone for defense equipment could become a strategic vulnerability, which can hamper the security and growth of a nation. And this is something that cannot be compromised. So our nation has set a very clear goal, as it said in the beginning, for becoming a fully developed country by 2047. And we, as the naval leadership, have given a commitment to the national leadership that Navy at 100 will be a true reflection of our aspirational nation. That means we will be a completely Atmanirbhar force by 2047. That means our ships, submarines, aircraft, weapon systems, everything will be made in India. Or at least everything that matters. Everything that matters will be made in India. And we are very confident of getting there, if not by 2047, even earlier. So we are working very hard to engage with all of you to see that how we can make everything in India. And for this, we need a few things. One is we must challenge the status quo. We cannot be happy with what we are doing. We have to completely always challenge the status quo, embrace technology in every facet, innovate, indigenize, and integrate these technologies and products. So we, for a long time, have been committed towards Atmanirbharta. Our indigenous content of our ships has been consistently increasing since INS Nilgiri, which was commissioned over 40 years back, to reach 75% in INS Vikrant, or indigenous aircraft carrier, and as well as state-of-the-art destroyers like Visakhapatnam class and the new Nilgiri class, which is under construction. So we are looking at a stage being set for a completely transformative change. So our indigenous platforms are an outcome of years of hard work and perseverance by all stakeholders, be it the government, the Navy, the shipyards, the Indian defense industry, startups, MSMEs, innovators, and the workforce, all coming together to aptly showcase that the whole is always greater than the sum of its parts. So it is with this foundational belief that Bharatiya Nausena has embarked on the quest of self-reliance and indigenization, and this has resulted in a highly thriving and mature industry which has the capacity to construct complex and advanced platforms. So our transition from a buyer's navy to a builder's navy helped not only in supporting and promoting the defense industry, but it has also spurred economic growth and stimulated industrial skilling, as acknowledged in the Economic Survey Report of 22-23 presented to the Parliament on 31st of Jan 2023. Vikrant alone engaged 500 MSMEs and created employment for about 12,000 people in the ancillary industries and about 2,000 workers in the shipyard. So we are supported and enabled by various government initiatives like DISC, Challenge, IDEX, TDF, and so on. So the Indian defense ecosystem today has a large pool of technically qualified people, world-class technology institutes, our own R&D organization focused exclusively on defense, a thriving startup environment, and a globally competitive industrial base. So to harness this potential, the Navy has established the three-tier organization under Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or the NIIO. And sustained efforts by the NIIO has resulted in focused engagement towards indigenous technology development. As of today, we have 143 technology development indigenous products in progress worth about 2,500 crores under various GOI schemes, which will translate into procurements of about 3,500 crores. We have also successfully indigenized more than 30,500 items through the Indian defense ecosystem. So, we have also got something called the SPRINT, which is an acronym for supporting pole vaulting in R&D through indigenization, through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC. So the aim is to seamlessly merge the elements of innovation, indigenization and self-reliance. And as part of this sprint, during Swavilamban seminar, we showcased 75 prototypes of the DIS 7 challenge. We had more than 100 challenges for MSMEs and startups under IDEX, with 15 solutions worth over 1,500 crores being granted approval of necessity. So this bears testimony to the symbiotic and forward-looking partnerships between the Indian Navy and industry, and we aim to achieve 100% self-reliance. I'm confident, therefore, that we will be able to meet the targets and transform if we apply ourselves collectively and work with this larger aim in sight. For the Navy, transformation is essentially a continuous process so that we remain a force that has been deliberately crafted rather than one being created merely by selection of one or more alternative choices available in the present. So we look at it at a multifaceted and a multi-layered approach. So our roadmap for transformation is based on the fact that safeguarding our maritime interests will necessitate a strong maritime force which operates in multiple dimensions, including cyber and space, with adequate reach, endurance and capability, so that the Indian Navy remains a combat-ready, credible and cohesive force which is also future-proof. So our current force level is about 130 plus ships and about 250 aircraft. We anticipate that this will grow to about 175 ships by 2035 and similarly about 400 aircraft. So while we seek numerical growth, focus is also on capability enhancement and technology induction rather than just increasing in numbers. So we are looking at the sensors, weapons, offensive and defensive, and both kinetic, non-kinetic, like the synthetic aperture sonars, hypersonic munitions, directed energy weapons, shipborne ballistic missile defense, active off-board decoys, and space-based weapons. As far as the platforms are concerned, they encompass aircraft carrier, conventional and nuclear-powered submarines, next-generation destroyers, ships which provide expeditionary and sea lift capability, twin-engine deck-based fighters, and deck-based multi-role helicopters. In electronic warfare, it will include advanced systems to explore the future potential of technology and spectrum on board our ship platforms. Cyber systems will include offensive and defensive capacities to protect against and disrupt adversary networks, as well as leverage AI for real-time detection and automated response to cyber incidents. In technology revolution, with an eye on emergent technologies in diverse fields like network-centric ops, space-based application, maritime and underwater domain awareness, combat capability interface, electric and hybrid propulsion, quantum and blockchain technology, and finally, AI-based systems to revolutionize operations, maintenance, and logistics. Unmanned systems like UCAVs, USVs, autonomous underwater vehicles, and we have set up already an autonomous unmanned auxiliary vessel squadron and inducted 17 autonomous platforms, enabling improved surveillance as well as crewed, uncrewed teaming for complex maritime operations. So every one of this technology that I spoke of is envisioned on self-reliance as a springboard for indigenous innovation. So in this context, the defense manufacturing ecosystem in India plays a pivotal role, and our defense production is rising phenomenally, catalyzed by the ongoing team effort between public, private, uh, academia, innovators, MSMEs, and so on. There is abundant energy, eagerness, and enthusiasm, which is propelling the Indian defense manufacturing sector forward. So, as I conclude, I would like to state that today the Government of India has a clear vision, Ministry of Defense has very clear policies and plans, and the armed forces have a very clear roadmap. And the defense industries therefore have a clear incentive to make India self-reliant in defense. I am confident that this Expo will prove to be a valuable exercise as a stepping stone towards further engagements and collaborations that would not only serve as an enabler towards charting a course of self-reliance in the manufacture and development of defense systems in India. It will also make our country a hub for manufacturing and supply. I give you my assurance that the Navy will steadfastly support all endeavors towards this goal. I also want to mention that I am aware that the startups and MSMEs face problem of funding. So towards this, we have taken up this matter through the MOD to the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance has directed SIDB to come up with solutions to address the challenges faced by the MSMEs. Now, towards this, many MSMEs have already been supported, many loans are already been facilitated. So I would request all of you present here, if you are in need of funding, please approach SIDB. We are steering it from Naval Headquarters to ensure that you get whatever help you need so that you can develop the prototype and then provide the product to us. Okay? Thank you. Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an honor to hear the keynote address from Admiral R. Hari Kumar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, ADC, Chief of the Navy Staff. What an honor for us. It's another honor for us to now felicitate him by the hands of Dr. Vipin Sharma. May I request him to please join us on stage, IAS CEO of MIDC. May I request you all to please join me in welcoming him on the dais, along with Shri Ganesh Nibbe sir from the Nibbe Limited Industries. देवी और सज्जनों, बहुत ही गर्व की बात है हम सभी के लिए कि ये this felicitation is taking place on this dais. May I request you all to please applaud. I would now request Admiral R. Hari Kumar sir to please stay back with us on stage for a felicitation ceremony. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for doing the honors. For the felicitation, may I invite our strategy partners from Larsen & Toubro, Mr. Anil Kulkarni, Vice President, Supply Chain, Defense and Aerospace, on stage. Please join me in welcoming him, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please put your hands together as we felicitate Mr. Anil Kulkarni from Larsen & Toubro, the Vice President, Supply Chain, Defense and Aerospace. We shall now be inviting from, so we have 4 more felicitations to take. 4 more, sir. We have 4 more. Please stay back with us on stage, sir. We would also like to invite from Tata Advanced System, Mr. Aditya Wakle, to please join us on stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. To get felicitated. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be inviting the representative from Solar, Mr. Mayank Tiwari. May I request him to please join us up on stage to get felicitated by the hands off. We shall now be inviting the representative from Bharat. Okay, we have Mr. Mayank Tiwari over here present. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We have Mr. Mayank Tiwari from Solar, who's getting felicitated right now. We shall now be inviting a representative from Bharat Forge, Commodore Ajay Sharma, to please join us up on stage. We are felicitating Commodore Ajay Sharma from Bharat Forge. We shall now be inviting Mr. C.A. Milind Kare, Chairman of Cosmos Bank, Vice President, MAFCOB, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are right now felicitating Mr. C.A. Milind Kare, Chairman of Cosmos Bank. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being present over here at this event. Ladies and gentlemen, an honor for us to hear the keynote address from Admiral R. Hari Kumar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, ADC. May I request everyone, all the audience, to please be here because we have another address coming up by Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. Yes, sir, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, it's me from Government of Maharashtra. I've hijacked the mic again. For the second time, I've never been so happy. The last time I was so happy when I got married, and I have a beautiful marriage. Please put your hands together for Admiral Hari Kumar, Chief of Naval Staff, for spending his valuable time encouraging us. We have been remarkably fortunate that we have had the ability as Government of Maharashtra to welcome such distinguished officers with impeccable record who are safeguarding our country. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no bigger fervor than serving the nation, and I salute you, Admiral, for your timeless contribution to our country. Because of you and the Army and the Navy and the Forces, Air Force, this event has been massively successful. I'm saying it one more time as my last statement. This particular event has crossed every single record in the history of Maharashtra as the most successful event ever organized. And thank you to our defense forces for that. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your... May I request the audience to please be here as we have another address coming up by the Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director, General Army Design Bureau. What a moment of pride, what a moment of success that we all are experiencing here at the first MSME Defense Expo. आप सभी से विनती करना चाहूंगी, आप लोग सभी प्लीज बैठ जाइए. अगला सेशन कुछ ही समय में फिर से शुरू होने जा रहा है. सर्वांना विनंती करते कृपया करून बसून घ्यावे. काही क्षणात दुसरा सेशन सुरू होणार आहे. धन्यवाद.
भारतीय सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर, ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है, एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना के रूप में, और है जीत के लिए सदा तैयार, पराक्रम और परिवर्तन के दम पर।
सेना को भविष्य के लिए तैयार करने के लिए पिछले साल हमने एक संपूर्ण परिवर्तन यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की प्रक्रिया आरंभ की थी। इस संकल्प में हमने कई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त की है और यह पहल अब भी जारी है।
इस परिवर्तन की आधारशिला बन रहे हैं यहाँ 5 स्तंभ जो ला रहे हैं भारतीय सेना में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव। पहला स्तंभ, वक्त से जीतने के लिए सेना चल रही है वक्त से 2 कदम आगे। इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से बढ़ी है क्षमता, टेक्निकल सुप्रीमेसी से आई है निपुणता।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now going to introduce you all to the next segment. In this, we have an address note by Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau, who will be joining us on stage. Devi or Sajno, please put your hands together as we welcome him to this event venue. Very warm welcome to you, sir. A very, very good afternoon, sir. We are eager to hear an address note as you address all of us present over here. We welcome you on the dais, sir. Thank you.
Can I have a presentation? Presentation. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The entrepreneurs, startups, the students, NCC cadets, and everybody else over here. We from the academia, the organizers, everyone. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude for giving us an opportunity to be here amongst you and apprise you as to how Indian Army is taking its steps to be able to support this upcoming defense manufacturing system, not only manufacturing, but also defense research, design, and development. And towards that, I stand here And for the ease of understanding, especially of those who are still not ventured into the defense ecosystem as such, I'll be showing you a short presentation to explain you as to how we can handhold you, how we can assist you, and take you forward towards the development of the entire ecosystem, and finally develop the solutions which are required by the Indian Army. Ladies and gentlemen, I am heading the organization called Army Design Bureau, which was mentioned by the Chief of Army Staff in his talk. The primary job of Army Design Bureau is to be a single point of contact between the Indian Army and the industry, the academia, the R&D organizations, so that we are able to induct the niche technologies into the Indian Army. And towards that is what I shall be briefing you about today. We say that we are connecting capabilities. How? Because we interact with all these agencies shown over here. Okay. I shall just briefly go over them one by one, because many of those aspects listed over here are going to be covered later in my presentation. Okay. So as of today, we have a mapping of good about 1,500 plus industry being the single point of contact. And also we assist in all policy inputs, taking them from the various industry bodies and projecting to the government, and also acting as an interface in between the government, the army, and the industry bodies. Okay. As part of our outreach, we do conduct various seminars, equipment displays. Incidentally, the equipment display which is being done today is also being overall guided by us with the support of the local formations over here. With MOD, we have, we provide various inputs for the various policy recommendations, and we primarily deal with Department of Defense Production and the Defense Innovation Organization, which is running the IDEX projects. I shall be talking a little more about it a little later. Globally, we facilitate joint ventures, and we carry out the daily global tech scan, based on which we are able to identify that what all technologies we should be getting developed within the country. And then accordingly, we are able to formulate the problem statements and throw them open as challenges to the Indian industry. With DRDO, primarily we look at the futuristic technologies which the Indian industry might find it difficult to invest into, so that they are developed by them. With academia, Army Technology Board is what one very major resource with us, because of which we are able to undertake many R&D projects. And we sponsor various indigenization and the R&D projects. We have MOUs with nearly about 40 academic institutes of the country. So far as the technical support is concerned, we do provide inputs for the technology perspective roadmap. I shall be just showing you a glimpse of that later. Various equipment philosophies, formulation of GSQRs, so that we ask for something which is available with the industry, draw a balance between what is available and what we want, and not that we ask for the moon, because in that case it will be very difficult for the industry to actually make it. So that's where we try to draw a balance between our requirements and what the industry has. Now, when I come across the industry and right from the entrepreneurs, I can group them into these 4 categories. There is one lot, extremely enthusiastic young lot, who say they want to do something for the army, for the defense, but they don't know what to do. The second lot is who have an idea or concept, but don't know whether that idea or concept will find its use in the army. The third lot is who have a technology, but they really don't know what can be the actual a good use case, how to convert it into a use case for the military. And the fourth lot is who have some experience into the defense ecosystem, and they might come up with a product, and then they are able to offer it for NCNC demos to us. So how do we guide them? All these 4 different categories, right from who don't know anything what to do, and up to those who know that, yes, what can be done. So we have a compendium of problem definition statements. The last one we released was on 15th February last year during Aero India, which contained 110 problem statements. And this was released by the Honorable RM. And just showing you a glimpse of it, that in this problem statement, we are not only telling what the problem is, we also give out as to what is it that we are doing at present, so that you are aware that, okay, this is already being done, but that's not enough. So you need to do more than that. And also, related to that, if there is anything available globally, we give an indication of that also, so that anyone who's interested can even look at those solutions and then try to have some joint ventures or a similar thing, so that there is a start point. We're trying to give you a lead to the solution. Okay. It covers the entire spectrum of technologies. You see here, right from survivability, AI, quantum, blockchain, communication, survivability, habitat, so on and so forth. And as a result, we have got a very good response of this. I must say that we have got, for these 109 problem statements, we had got more than 460 responses. And both from academia as well as the industry. You see here about 45% responses from the academia, because they are the ones actually where the R&D has to actually start. And about 55% from the industry. And if you notice here, there's some problem statements to which we have got as many as 17 responses. So which shows a very good enthusiasm by both industry and academia. And as a result, we have gone through the entire evaluation process of that. And as we stand today, you can see that about 30 projects have already commenced in different stages, some of them through IDEX, through Army Technology Board, or and about 11 of them which are under NCNC demonstration at present. And for the balance, we have identified, actually shortlisted the developing agencies, having gone through a very rigorous process of selecting with the help of Department of Science and Technology, so that we are able to get the best technology. However, though we received responses to 109, but some of them, the responses we received were not actually meeting our requirement. So we have reopened those problem statements. As you see over here, there are 15 of them which are open even as of today also. So any industry, academia can respond to us, send us a mail, go through the CPDS, which is available online. You have to just Google Army Design Bureau or just Google Compendium of Problem Definition Statements, and you will get the CPDS online, download it, and you can respond to any of these 15 problem statements. And there's a particular format so that you don't have to, so that we are able to make the cases progress ahead in the fastest time frame to guide you. You can respond in this format. So now coming to the second measure being taken by us is that there is something called Technology Perspective Capability Roadmap. Now this is a document which is again available online. This document is published once in 5 years. The last one was published in 2018. The next one is, the draft is under approval at present and going to be published any time. So this gives you a broad idea of the major platforms, major weapon systems, major equipment, including some of them, the major aspects which actually assist you in evaluating a business case. That is the quantities required and the major technical characteristics required, just about 3-4 of them over here. And for how long we will be actually needing this equipment in future. Now thereafter, it is not only the new equipment. When we say indigenization, it is also import substitution. And that is where I think the MSMEs have got really a great role to play. And they can really actually assist us in that. So therefore, to be able to give you an idea, during DEF Expo and various other events, wherever possible, we have been actually showcasing, displaying those minor assemblies, subsystems, and components so that the concerned industry can see them, and across the entire range, may it be mechanical, hydraulic, electrical, electro-hydraulic, ammunition, sighting systems, the communication systems, entire range, so that you can get an idea, and depending on your domain, then you can actually choose as to what you want to develop. Then accordingly, we'll further then guide you based on that. Now, important thing for MSMEs, while some of you may be aware of this, but all those who are still new to the defense sector, there is this very good interactive portal called Srijan, which is on the MOD website. It gives you details of each and every component which is required by the DPSUs or major industries or by the 3 services. As of today, if you see, There are more than 35,000 products listed on this. And it is right from the smallest nut, bolt, washer, things like that, to an assembly, say like a gearbox or an engine. And it gives out the entire details. If you just zoom in here, you can see that it gives you out the product details as to which particular DPSU wants it and how much, in what quantity, and how much has it been actually imported in the recent past. Again, to give you an idea of a business case. And also its technical details like the NATO specification, so that you're aware of that, and accordingly then you can start developing these products. And you can choose your product depending on your, whether you want it for a particular DPSU or depending on your domain and what is the value, the range of value in which you are looking at, and also gives you whether it has been already, the case has started or not. For example, you see over here, in some cases it says supply order placed, which means the process has already started in these cases. Again, to give you an idea. It's quite an interactive website. All those who are interested, the MSMEs, I would say that you must visit this site, and rather you must visit it almost regularly so that you get an idea what to do. Okay. Now coming on to the second category, where if somebody has an idea or concept but does not know whether it will find a favor with the army or not. So the first thing is, please approach us. Like I said, that you can visit our website. It is there on the Indian Army website. If you see on the extreme right is where Army Design Bureau link is. And when you open, this is the site which opens up. It gives all the details. For example, the problem statements which are open as of today, they are also listed over here. Various formats, how to apply for the ranges or for NCNC demo, things like that. And all our contact details. They are there on it. So you can just access and send us the mails on those. And you can contact our officers. These mobile numbers are functional 24/7. They'll be able to lead you, to guide you. Okay. Now those who have technology, but really don't know what to do. So that is where I would say that you should access the ongoing cases, procurement cases which are initiated, which are available on the MOD website. You also have the provision of submitting suo motu proposals under make category, or a similar thing under IDEX as open challenges. So you can submit those, and then they will be considered. If we find them, yes, there is a scope of its employment by us, then we will guide you how to move forward. And in some cases, wherein, say, there are entrepreneurs and youngsters, you may collaborate with academia. That also will be able to guide you which particular academia, because we have mapped the entire academia to which particular institution is, has got what kind of facilities related to which technology. And lastly, if you have a product, you please offer it to us for an NCNC demonstration. Okay. And I'll just show you that in the last about 1.5 years, purely based on the NCNC demonstrations of the equipment offered by the industry and not sought by us, not that where we had floated the RFPs, no. It is where there was a product available with the industry and they thought it has got some merit of use by us. We considered it, we found that yes, it can add value to our present capability. That is where then we have initiated the procurement cases, and emergency procurement was a good window available with us, wherein within 6 months we could actually lead to contracts, and that is how 24 products worth 3,300 crores have been procured in about last 1.5 years, purely based on NCNC demos, which were otherwise not part of our procurement plans as such. Now here I would just like to, because those who are already initiated into this, they will may be able to understand it better. There is difference between NCNC demonstration and NCNC trials. Just don't go by the word NCNC. See the letter part of it, whether it's demo or is it a trial. The trials are conducted under an RFP against a particular GSQR. And you have to be compliant in all of them to be able to go to the next stage. Whereas in demonstration, there is no GSQR, there is no RFP. It is whatever you have claimed that your equipment has got this capability. We are only checking that capability. Because on paper, first we evaluate that yes, this capability is of use to us. Then we see it on ground that whether it is actually performing that way or not. Even if it is not able to perform that way, up to its entire limit, what you have claimed, But whatever it has been able to achieve, if it is of use to us, then we may consider it for procurement and then guide you through accordingly. Otherwise, if it requires product improvements, then we advise you on that also, that what kind of product improvements will make this equipment fit for our purpose, our use. And there are many of the industries which then go back, carry out this product improvement, again bring it back to us. So that is helping the industry to understand about our requirements and us to understand as to what is it that the industry can offer. And finally, I'll say, please keep a lookout for the RFIs and RFPs, which are again available on the MOD website, so that you are able to respond to them well in time and participate in the ongoing cases. Okay. And for any of these things, anytime, any doubt, please do contact ADB. I've already shown you what our contact details are. And finally, what happens at the end of this? You may be in any of these 4 stages. That is where we identify now how to move ahead. Should we be initiating a procurement case, or a design and development case, or a research and development case? Depending on the technology readiness level, the TRL where you are, based on that, then we guide you and accordingly initiate different cases. And we try to exploit all available various routes of this research and development or design and development, may it be from an individual, startup, MSME, or right up to the DRDO. Utilizing the various routes available as of today, right from IDEX, Technology Development Fund, Army Technology Board, in various permutation combinations, and being funded right from 1.5 crore to 250 crores per project. I'll just elaborate a little bit more on that. As you see here on the slide, the IDEX is where we can fund up to 1.5 crores with a matching contribution by the startup or MSME or by the innovator. And in IDEX Prime, we can do it up to 10 crores. And if you see in the Army Technology Board, right up to 16.5 crores for private industry and 27.5 crores for any government institution. And then we have Technology Development Fund, right up to 50 crores. In Make One cases, 70% of the development cost or limit up to 250 crores, which again can be extended on case-to-case basis. So that is the kind of funding which is available. Once you have any ideas, any project in your mind, please do come to us, and that is how we can then guide you through these different routes and as to how to move ahead in these routes. We'll be able to fund you where we are able to move ahead. Now, as a result of all this, as of today, being in the Army Design Bureau, we are handling, you see here, more than 370 projects worth about 171,000 crore, involving nearly 500 industries and academia, utilizing all these routes. So that is the kind of R&D, D&D projects going on as of today, the kind of involvement by the industry and academia with the Indian Army alone. Okay. And so far as the startup ecosystem is concerned, I can proudly say that one of the first initial IDEX projects which have got concluded and where the contracts have been signed for procurement of limited quantities for field exploitation, they were by the Indian Army, 4 of these in last 1 year. And that is where the startups, it has just started with it. And there are many lined up now. And so far as MSMEs are concerned, specifically for you, so in the make category, if you see here, as of today, there are a total of 318 participants in various 32 projects where the project sanction orders have been already given. Now, in this, the MSMEs itself are about 48% MSMEs participating in these Make 2 projects. Then, there is a provision for reserving the projects for MSMEs only, where the annual delivery is up to 100 crores worth. And that is how there are 11 projects which are reserved only for MSMEs. The bigger industry cannot participate in that, so that there is an adequate opportunity for the MSMEs. They don't have to compete with the larger industry, and they're able to come up with their products. And that's how you see that nearly 1/3 of the ongoing projects are by the MSMEs, especially reserved for the MSMEs. And then, what I spoke of initially, suo motu proposals. Out of the Make 2 projects of the Indian Army, 36% of them are again based on the suo motu proposals of the industry. So once you give a proposal, it is duly considered, we find worth it, we do initiate the make to case. Now, hand-holding industry, how are we doing it? You see, many of the, because being, say, from the areas generally in the south of the country, and also not having any military background, many of the entrepreneurs, startups, MSMEs, they do not get exposure to the kind of areas where we need to employ our equipment. So therefore, they do not realize as to what is the kind of equipment required to be developed for those areas. So to facilitate that, we are conducting the forward area orientation programs, wherein about 10 to 15 industry and academia reps are taken to our forward areas ahead of Leh and even in the east, in Sikkim, Arunachal, those areas, so that, and you're taken to the, almost to the forwardmost post, so that you're able to realize the atmospheric conditions over there, the terrain conditions, because these are very peculiar to the Indian environment. The highest battlefield of the world lies in our country, that's the Siachen, and nobody else can actually make the solutions of the kind of equipment which are required to operate in Siachen. It's only we who are experiencing this can actually make the solutions for that. So therefore, it's important. That's how we take the industry and academia over there for a tour of about 3 to 4 days to different areas. You interact with troops on ground, realize their problems, and accordingly come up with the problem statements or even the solution which you might have to offer. And this has been really very helpful. And we are now doing it almost once in a quarter in either in the Northern Command or the Eastern Command or the Central Command. Next one coming up in the month of April, May. Okay. We carried out startup searches and specifically swarm drone search. And as a result of that, again, I can proudly say that within a period of 28 days of having identified that, yes, we need these swarm drones and the contract getting signed in just a period of 28 days. And that was again with a startup. Okay. So this has never happened in any of the, at least the defense procurement cases, any case so soon, so fast. Then we keep conducting, like we had conducted UGV experiment for a period of 3 days, where we had got about 27 solutions, and out of that we identified for 3 of them we have initiated various projects, something under IDEX, something under MAKE. Access to in-service equipment. Now this is important because wherever there's an upgrade required to an equipment or wherever there's something required which has to be mounted on an existing equipment, to facilitate you to understand how to be able to integrate that, we are providing access to the equipment. Now, this is something which was unheard till about, say, 4 or 5 years back. But now we are facilitating that, and we generally endeavor to send you to a location which is nearest to your location, so that the problems associated with the movement and all that are minimum for you. And we are even handing over the in-service equipment. In one particular IDEX case, we have handed over the BMPs to those startups because it required quite a detailed, actually, an inclusive, integration into it. So the equipment has been handed over to them so that they are able to function on it 24/7. Field firing ranges. There are 13 ranges in the country which we are providing. Wherever you have any weapon system or any equipment which needs to be tested in the field firing, please, ranges in those open areas, please do approach us, and we will accordingly guide you and send you to those ranges. And wherever ammunition required, any in-service ammunition, we are providing that also, of course, on payment. And what is shown over here is got about 11 such different industries who have utilized the field firing ranges for a cumulative period of nearly 957 days in about last 1 year plus. Okay. These are the various 13 field firing ranges across the country which are available, and depending upon the kind of equipment and your proximity to it, we try to send you to those ranges. Internal evaluation. Now, as you are developing a product, you will be requiring some areas wherein, which will not be available to you in your cities. So that is where again we facilitate that. Let's say an equipment they require to operate in the high altitude. We send you to that high altitude and make you and help you in operating your equipment over there so that you can operate it and realize it for yourself whether that equipment is actually able to function or not. And accordingly, go in for further design refinements wherever required. You have to only reach there, and later on over there you will be taken care. Don't worry. That we look after you and accordingly guide you also. Export promotion is another one charter which we do. As a matter of fact, any foreign defense delegation coming to the country, visiting our chief, I do brief them for at least 30 minutes on the indigenous defense production capability. Incidentally, tomorrow I am briefing the chief of the French army. And apart from that, we've been requesting the industry to come up and display their products during the friendly foreign exercises. So in about last 1 year plus, you can see over here, there are 21 different exercises, 13 inbound and 8 outbound. And nearly 117 products have been displayed by different industries. That is a start point where many of them have found traction with those foreign countries, and then now they are into further deliberations about the export of their equipment. So to extend our reach, because we are sitting in Delhi, we have opened 2 regional technology nodes. One is available here in Southern Command in Pune, and the second one is in Bangalore. So you have any issues, you want a physical this thing, you can always approach them, or you can write to us. Both ways, we'll guide you properly. Now, collaboration with academia. Sorry. Now, what I was saying that we facilitate collaboration. Oh, there was one product wherein a UK firm wanted some Indian industry to look for. So they approached us. We shared the details with the industry, with the various industry organizations, and as a result, 28 Indian vendors responded to the EOI by UK. So that is how, again, it is assisting our industry to be actually able to get into the exports also. Collaboration with academia, like I mentioned, we have about 40 MOUs. We have opened Indian Army cells. We had opened first one in IIT Delhi about almost 2.5 years back. Having seen the success of that, recently we opened 2 more, one in IISc Bangalore, one in IIT Kanpur. And we are looking ahead for some more to be opened. So that is where they're able to incubate the startups. They're able to guide them. He's available 24/7 to the startups being incubated over there and the academia to guide on any of our requirements or any inputs or any facilitation they want from the Indian Army. Apart from their own innovations which they actually they are developing over there. Something which the Chief of Army Staff mentioned in his address, that is wherein our own in-house innovations, because at times our own service personnel are able to come up with very good innovations because they are the ones who are actually experiencing the problems on ground. But then now we are taking them ahead wherever we find that it has got a wider application for a larger population in the army. Then we are taking it to higher technology readiness level with the help of academia or the private industry, and thereafter transferring the technology to private industry so that then we can go in for the bulk procurement of that. And that is what the first such case on 5th of December, what is photograph shown over here, is by the service innovator, Major Raj Prasad, and for an IoT-based generator monitoring system for all over the country is what has been now transferred to a private industry, and we are now going to procure it in bulk from the private industry. Finally, gentlemen, our approach, you would have realized it. I'm just summarizing it over here. Our approach is to ideate what we want, identify who can develop it, have it developed, whatever is developed, exploit it, having experienced from its exploitation, modify it. And that is how the process of review, refine, and realign. It's a cyclic process which goes on so that ultimately we get the best solution which we want. With that, I would like to end here. And finally, this once again to show you, we are approachable anytime. These are our contact details. So you can just send a mail to us with brief of your products, and then we will further get in touch with you. Finally, at the end, I would like to thank everyone for having given us this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is an honor to hear the address from Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights along with us. It is an honor for us to felicitate you. And to do the honors, may I invite Mr. Vijay Rathore, IAS, Deputy CEO, MIDC, to please join us on stage and felicitate Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. May I request you all to please put our hands together, applaud for this moment. Thank you, Mr. Rathore. May I request Major General C.S. Maan to please be with us. I would request you to please felicitate a dignitary of ours who is present over here by your hand, sir. May I request Major General to please felicitate a dignitary who will be joining us up on stage. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Rathore. Thank you so much. We would like to invite Sri Ram Krishnan, Chief Business Development Officer, to please join us on stage. And we would request Major General C.S. Maan to please felicitate Sri Ram Krishnan, Chief Business Development Officer, NSE, Nifty 50, who's joining us up on stage. We are felicitating Mr. Sri Ram Krishnan, the Chief Business Development Officer of NSE Nifty 50, by the hands of Major General C.S. Maan, Additional Director General, Army Design Bureau. Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next segment, we would like to now invite for a keynote address by CA Mr. Milind Kare, Chairman Cosmos Bank, Vice President, MAFCUB, New Delhi, for the next segment. So I would request all the audience to please be seated for the next segment that is coming up. Thank you so much. To please be seated for the next segment that's coming up. I would like to invite CA Mr. Milind Kare, Chairman, Cosmos Bank, Vice President, MAFCUB, New Delhi, to present a keynote address. Devi or Sajno, can we please welcome him? With a huge round of applause. A very, very warm welcome to you. Sir, we request you to please address the audience.
Namaskar. I'm here representing the Cosmos Cooperative Bank, the second largest cooperative bank in India, one who is having an exposure since last about 40 years to industries and more particularly for last more than 10 years to MSMEs in defense. Normally, the cooperative banking sector is understood and taken as the lender for small traders and commercial organizations. But I am proud to say that Cosmos is the first cooperative bank in the India to have a small advances at the beginning 40 years before with a small loan exposure of 5 lakhs of rupees or so. I do remember one of our client, Mr. Deshpande, whose organization was named as Do Right, was supplying small equipments to Air Force, and that was our beginning of our exposure to defense industry. But since then, we have kept our path always progressing, and our present industry exposure to defense MSMEs is about 2% of our total exposure, which we are expecting to increase up to 5% within next 3 years. With the good environment that the industry has for its successful running and implementation is now available in this area, and therefore we have decided to go ahead with the exposure of the defense industry, which may be of a ticket size of 1 crore to 100 crores. At this juncture, I would also like to mention few of our experiences with the defense industries. One of such I can specifically mention here is Shri Refrigerator from Karad. That was the industry one which was into air conditioning of the submarines. That was our small SME unit about 8 years back. But during its course of launching and developing a product, it was not in a fair weather, but we still stood by him because we understand in the defense, developing a particular product and establishing and getting it converted into the final orders and realization of money takes time. And so therefore, we were with them without identifying them as normally what we talk about as a non-performing loan or non-performing industry. But we stood by them and we allowed them to develop their product over a period of more than 2.5 years to 3 years. Here, I would like to mention that with this experience, now we are prepared and we are engineered to finance the development of the various products which are required to be certified and finally put through the order by the defense. If such kind of development programs are there with any small scale or medium scale industry, do come to Cosmos. We can define a time schedule within which the product can be developed, and irrespective of its success, we will be there with you to develop the product because we are sure that you are dedicated to the industry, you are dedicated to supplying product to the defense industry. In this kind of activity, we understand if the product does not come through, what we have to do is we have to capitalize. But with your experience and expertise and the connect with the defense industry that you have got, and with always support from the government of India in Make in India, there will be certain time when you will be out of this, say, crucial period, and when you will be having a specific substantial orders to supply within a very short period of time. Just now, we had got an understanding that the huge orders are placed within a very short period. And who takes care of this working capital requirements in such a short period? There they are with you. Don't estimate that the cooperative banks are in any way less than the nationalized or the private sector bank, but we understand the business better. We are more dedicated to the nation building because we are more than 100 years old cooperative financing structure which is successful in India, and in nation building we certainly know our role. with that, with the working capital requirement also within a short period to make a specific supply, there we are there with you for a working capital requirement. So there are different kinds of product that is a continuous working capital requirement over a period of time depending upon the top line. The another is when you are at the developing stage, there needs a long-term fund without certainty of a conclusion of the project. Still where they are with you, and there are certain projects where there are the project order for supply of a short-term period, and there again what you find is the Cosmos Bank will be there with you. Just to mention here, one of our good supply borrowers, they are also supplying many big industries, those who are directly into defense. So we call them, they are the vendors for the big industry, and we do take care in that indirect chain supply also. Besides that, we have got a very good broad-based industry which is into rail infrastructure and also into defense. Certain to quote is, say, Badway Engineering is our long-standing good client for last about more than 10 years. So also I am proud to mention here, the one of the and the only organizer of this total event, NIBE, is also a Cosmos family friend. And we are proud to have that experience and various insights about the industry and the development in this industry, in the defense and particularly MSMEs, that we get from this is our resources, and we are prepared and ready to go ahead with the new developments that are coming, and certainly to tailor-made certain credit products which are there, which are not otherwise available in the industry to promote the defense supply. So wherever there is a direct supply or an indirect supply or the vendor development is there, when you find your vendors are small, they are not properly catered by the banking industry, because you might be having some good resources, good funding arrangement, as is what earlier in the early keynote. But there is a need of your vendor to get the support. Certainly you can we can have a joint meeting for that, and we are there to design the product that suits to have a success in Make in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights along with us. We had the opportunity of hearing the keynote address by CA Milind Kare, Chairman of Cosmos Bank, Vice President, MAFCUB, New Delhi. What an honor. May I request Mr. Hemant Wani from NIBE Limited to please join us up on stage and felicitate CA Mr. Milind Kare, the Chairman of Cosmos Bank. A very warm welcome to you. Gentlemen, as the felicitation ceremony is taking place, may I request you all to please put your hands together and join this moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being a part of today's event. Well, today we are here at the first MSME Defense Expo, and we have experienced so much of knowledge, so much of insights from the people who have an experience of maybe we might take a life to achieve all those experiences. We shall be now taking a short break of 10 minutes, and may I request you all to please refresh and be back over here, because we have fantastic sessions coming up by the keynote speakers. So may I request you all, as we break for 10 minutes, मैं आप सभी से विनती करना चाहूंगी, हम एक छोटा सा 10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेने वाले हैं, तो आप सभी से विनती है कृपया करके 10 मिनट के बाद आप वापस यहाँ पर मौजूद रहें। धन्यवाद।
Of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Nibe, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise, Nibe Limited. In just 3 years, Nibe Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Nibe's astounding rise, with shares soaring to impressive rupees 1,500. This outstanding result is powered by Nibe Limited passionate Daisy, manufacturing and leadership team. We believe a decorated armed forces need to be backed by a decorated engineering department. At Nibe Limited, the innovation and design thinking meet cutting-edge technology powered by artificial intelligence to build innovative defense products for Indian armed forces. Our team of passionate engineers worked around the clock to deliver projects to our nation. Anchored by modern engineering, such the largest VMC machining centers in India, Nibe's commitment to excellence shines through in every defensive project. From developing indigenous missile programs to fortifying air defense systems, Nibe pushes boundaries and scripts glories across all fronts. At Nibe's renowned welding academy, even the most complex metallurgy surrenders to the unmatched skills of artisans. Every product that rolls of Nibe's surface treatment conveyors reflects the soul of India's Atmanirbhar dream. Beyond industrial supremacy, Nibe envisions a sustainable revolution in mobility through Nibe e-motors. Driven by a culture of curiosity, innovation thrives at Nibe Vanguard Research Center. As industry leaders and national figures praise Nibe as the harbinger of India's self-reliant future, they immortalize a glorious renaissance, a testament to the extraordinary vision of Mr. Ganesh Nibe. The future unfolds at Nibe B Limited, where India's engineering brilliance ignites the path to greatness. Join us at the forge where dreams become reality.
भारतीय सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर। ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है, एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना के रूप में, और है जीत के लिए सदा तैयार, पराक्रम और परिवर्तन के दम पर।
सेना को भविष्य के लिए तैयार करने के लिए पिछले साल हमने एक संपूर्ण परिवर्तन यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की प्रक्रिया आरंभ की थी। इस संकल्प में हमने कई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त की है और यह पहल अब भी जारी है।
इस परिवर्तन की आधारशिला बन रहे हैं यहाँ 5 स्तंभ जो ला रहे हैं भारतीय सेना में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव। पहला स्तंभ, वक्त से जीतने के लिए सेना चल रही है वक्त से 2 कदम आगे। इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से बढ़ी है क्षमता, टेक्निकल सुप्रीमेसी से आई है निपुणता, मॉडर्नाइजेशन से फैला है कौशल का दायरा। निर्भरता के बल पर सेना ने छुई
Good afternoon.
तकनीकी
सर्व स्टुडंट्स यांचा मी मनापासून स्वागत करते. मला सगळे मुली दिसत आहे स्टुडंट्समध्ये. त्यांच्यासाठी आपण जरा एकदा जोरात टाळ्या वाजूया सगळ्या स्टुडंट्ससाठी. सगळ्या स्टुडंट्सना विनंती करते तुम्ही सगळे बसून घ्या. काही क्षणात आपण आपल्या डिग्निटरीजला स्टेजवरती त्यांचं स्वागत करणार आहोत. खूप खूप मनापासून स्वागत आहे. We are here at the first MSME Defense Expo 2024 and what a successful event it is going on. Yesterday we had a turnout of more than 1 lakh attendees at this exhibition. What a turnout it is. Thank you so much and we shall be introducing the next segment in a short bit. Thank you so much.
सेना ने की है समय और संसाधनों की बचत. हर क्षेत्र में ऑप्टिमाइजेशन से बेहतर हुआ है टीथ टू टेल रेशियो, जिसने सेना को बनाया है अब और भी प्रभावी. तीसरा स्तंभ, ऑटोमेशन और डिजिटाइजेशन से सेना में आई है परिवर्तनकारी क्रांति. नए सॉफ्टवेयर से मौजूद प्रोसेसेस बने हैं एफिशिएंट और इफेक्टिव, जिससे ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग और लॉजिस्टिक चेन के साथ साथ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी हो गया है सुविधाजनक. स्मार्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन, 3D प्रिंटेड बिल्डिंग्स और ग्रीन आर्किटेक्चर का प्रयोग कर सेना अग्रसर है एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की दिशा में. चौथा स्तंभ, अग्निपथ. मानव संसाधन को समर्पित करती इस परियोजना ने सेना में भरा है युवा जोश और अभूतपूर्व कुशलता. आसान सॉफ्टवेयर ने अग्निवीरों की भर्ती, प्रशिक्षण, आंकलन आदि को बनाया है पूर्णतः निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी.
नारी में अपार शक्ति है, नारी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं.
गत वर्ष नारी सशक्तिकरण के लिए विशेष रहा है और कई नए आयाम नारी शक्ति के साथ जुड़े हैं. रणभूमि हो या खेल का मैदान, भारतीय सेना हर क्षेत्र में अव्वल रही है. पैरा एथलीट्स को समर्थन और सहायता देकर सेना कर रही है हर मैदान फतेह. अपने बहुमूल्य मानव संसाधन को सेना ने दी है एडवांस्ड मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज और बनाया है कॉम्प्लेक्स सर्जरीज को संभव. पांचवां स्तंभ, अखंड भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए भारतीय सेना समझती है सामूहिक शक्ति का महत्व. भारतीय वायुसेना और नौसेना के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला भारतीय सेना बन जाती है एक दुर्जय दल. अर्धसैनिक और राज्य पुलिस बलों के साथ तालमेल बना सेना ने किया है संयुक्त क्षमता का विस्तार. कॉमन प्रोक्योरमेंट और जॉइंट लॉजिस्टिक नोड्स के अलावा पीएम गति शक्ति और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर जैसे साझा प्रयासों से सेना देश की प्रगति में भागीदार बनी है. महान देश के अभयदाता इसके संरक्षक भी हैं और निर्माता भी. मित्र राष्ट्रों के साथ ऑपरेशंस और ट्रेनिंग हो या मल्टीनेशनल इवेंट्स में भागीदारी, सेना ने देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है. यूएन मिशन को सफल बनाना, देश ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के आदर्श को जीवंत किया है. प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में सेना ढाल बन डटी हुई है और विकास एवं कल्याण संबंधी योजनाओं में इसका सौम्य सहयोग सफलता का कारण बनता है. सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में किए गए विकास कार्य सेना की राष्ट्रीय निष्ठा के प्रमाण हैं. देश सेवा में भूतपूर्व सैनिकों का निस्वार्थ योगदान भी उल्लेखनीय है और भारतीय सेना भी अपने भूतपूर्व सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों और वीर नारियों के उत्थान को समर्पित है. यही नहीं, सेना आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए निरंतर कार्यरत है. विद्यांजलि, बैटल ऑफ माइंड्स क्विज जैसी पहल ने चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशन और डेवलपमेंट को बहुमूल्य सपोर्ट दिया है। आशा स्कूल्स स्पेशली एबल्ड बच्चों को मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहे हैं। साथ ही सेना समर्पित है एक ग्रीन और क्लीन फ्यूचर के निर्माण के लिए। भारतीय सेना कर्तव्य की हर दहलीज को सर ऊंचा किए पार करती आई है, बिना ये भूले कि इसका परम कर्तव्य है देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति सजग और कटिबद्ध रहना। परिवर्तन के पथ पर अग्रसर भारतीय सेना ने तकनीकी निपुणता को अपना अभिन्न अंग बनाया है।
The transition towards becoming a modern, agile, adaptive and technology-enabled future-ready force shall continue as part of our transformation roadmap. The Indian Army will be observing the year 2024 as the year of technology absorption.
महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या
Good afternoon, नमस्कार. आपल्या सर्वांचा खूप खूप स्वागत आहे. सर्व जे प्रेक्षक आपले इथे बसलेले आहेत त्यांना सर्वांना विनंती करते कृपया करून थोड्या वेळेसाठी बसून घ्यावे. काही क्षणात आपण दुसरा सेगमेंट इथे इंट्रोड्यूस करणार आहोत. The next segment is by Mr. Anil Yadav, जनरल मैनेजर ट्रूप्स कंफर्ट लिमिटेड। आप सभी से विनती करना चाहूंगी प्लीज आप रुके रहें और इस सेशन को अटेंड करने के वक्त सभी से विनंती करना चाहूंगी प्लीज अपने मोबाइल फोन्स को साइलेंट मोड पे रखें। धन्यवाद।
यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे। त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे। पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून निबे लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत। संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे। संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEजना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्सपो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल। अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा घेऊन वायुदल
नमस्कार, सर्वांचा खूप खूप स्वागत आहे. सर्वांशी तर आपण बोलतोय, सर्वांचं आपण स्वागत करतोय. मला मुलांना विचारायचं इथे, मुलांना मज्जा येते का? मला आवाज यायला पाहिजे. सगळ्यांना मज्जा येते. कसं वाटलं तुम्हाला एक्झिबिशन? एक्सपो कसा आहे? खूप छान आहे. ओके, चला मग आपण आता सेशन सुरू करूया. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to introduce and welcome our next dignitary who will be joining us up on stage. We have Mr. Anil Yadav, General Manager, Troops Comfort Limited. Please join me in welcoming him with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Very good afternoon to all. It's my proud privilege that I welcome you all on behalf of Troop Comforts Limited. It is a newly formed defense public sector undertaking. It was basically the part of erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board. Now in 2021, Ordnance Factory Board has corporatized 41 ordnance factories into the 7 DPSUs. One of the DPSU is Troop Comforts Limited that I am representing. I am Anil Kumar Yadav, General Manager, basically posted in Troop Comforts Limited Corporate Headquarters. How the TCL is hand-holding to the MSME, I will present in this my presentation, because as of now, in the Indian economy, MSME contributes a lot. Every end product requires a small components. Without the support of MSME, the end product cannot be supplied to the customer. Here, the role of MSME is essential. That cannot be replaced with anyone. So we should feel proud as a MSME that we are contributing in the nation building. I will start by the presentation. First, I will introduce myself. What is Troop Comforts Limited? As per this slide, it is a 100% government-owned defense new public sector undertaking under the Department of Defense Production. It has been carved out erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board in 2021, and it has started functioning from the 1st October 2021. We are having in the Ordnance Factory era 160 years of experience for the supply of various equipments to the Indian Armed Forces. Location-wise, we are having 3 production units. One is the corporate headquarters, one is the training academy. That is located as Ordnance Equipment Factory, Kanpur. They are mainly manufacturing. Core competencies, high altitude equipment manufacturing. Then comes to the Ordnance Clothing Factory, Shahjahanpur. The core competency belongs to the high altitude clothing. OCF Audi in the ballistic manufacturing gear. OEF Hazratpur, parachute and supply drop equipments. And TCLTA, we are providing a training to develop a skill so that we can understand the future requirement through the training prospects. Now, Ordnance Factory, the items which are categorized into the following categories: life cycle, extreme clothing mountaineering equipment, accessories, waterproof, protection gear. ballistic equipment arrestor, and general stores and booths. It is a hyperlink. वहाँ से दिखाओ. Okay. See, these are the equipments in the hyperlink condition. I will try to open it. In the next slide, this is the special clothing monitoring equipment, R&D, where the import substitutes were generating ECWCS, multi-purpose, crampon, boot gloves under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. These are the various items under Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are developing through the R&D resources so that armed forces should not dependent from the export. Resistance jacket, helmet set, combat uniform in the digital pattern that comes under the life cycle clothing, combat lightweight in the digital, general stores, ballistic protective gears. This is a very important item. We are developing it. That is Odema chamber. In the high altitude, sometimes if a Jawan is trapped, then to provide him the oxygen and to save his life, the Jawan goes inside that equipments and he can be brought to the nearest nearest local medical supports. We are also in the field of slowly going in the commercial market. It is also hyperlinked. There is a problem, it is not opening the hyperlink. Otherwise, I can show it. Any person who want to buy a nation-proud item from the TCL corporates, he can buy it. Certain items, we are directly selling it to the market. So, by wearing it, you can feel and proud yourself that these are the equipments that is being worn by the Indian Armed Forces. This is a small video what TCL is in this field. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patiently viewing this, our contribution to the nation. Now, the role of MSME, how they are contributing in the TCL product, in turn TCL is supplied to the armed forces. I will take. Hello. Hello. I will take one by one. All the raw materials used in the manufacturing of TCL range of products are procured through the various vendors, including the MSME vendors. Some of there are very large companies, but the contribution of MSME is inevitable. Whatever the equipments we are manufacturing for the Indian Armed Forces, as well as for the Expo orientation, it includes the various type of yarns, technical textile in the field of coated and laminated fabric, polyester, nylon, they are blended fabrics. They can supply it very easily as it doesn't require a very huge infrastructure. Now various type of trims like cardages, tapes, buttons, zippers, snap fasteners, sewing threads, packing material are also used as a raw material. See, before in the opening remarks, I have told that an end product is supplied in a complete condition, only these small items is to be fixed in the equipments. So again the MSME comes into the picture. We take all the various supports, services support in the form of labor contract, AMCs, maintenance are also done through the MSME vendors. Apart from the above, various products are being Indianized with the support of MSME. We are always very happy to call any MSME vendor who want to provide the hand-holding for the indigenization of any products. We are welcoming them. He can immediately, directly come to the corporate headquarters. Otherwise, my telephone number is available with him, available here. He can directly contact to me also. Now, certain guidelines has already provided by the various ministries. We are following in totality. From time to time, MSME industries, mandatory procurement, Viwas se Viwas, MSME price preference, etc. are being followed in TCL in letter and spirit. Presently, around 60% of equipment is being met through the MSME vendors. In the last 4 years, the more than 800 crores of the procurement of goods and services had been procured through the MSME vendors. Now here with this figure, I think here is the opportunity he can penetrate in that area. We are having almost 300 MSME vendors associated with us. They are supplying various items for the TCL. Time to time, we are organizing a vendor meet through sensitize them so that they can provide a quality products. I will tell one thing in this way that Indian Armed Forces, the specification is very stringent. Sometimes they are not able to understand. That is why we are here to support them, to make them understand how actually what is the requirement of this supply. Now, at last, the quote is, TCL is committed to be a part of total integral solution provided in the field of troop comforts limited items to the defense forces and homeland security. With these words, and I am very thankful to all the delegates present here for patient hearing and giving me an opportunity to listen it. And we are also here to hear them in future. They can come and contribute to us. With these words, I am very thankful and very, very thankful on behalf of TCL. Thank you so much. If any queries is there, I am here to answer them. Okay, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard address and insights from Mr. Anil Yadav, General Manager, Troops Comfort Limited. And to felicitate him, may I invite Mr. Amay Bolekar, Senior Vice President, IDBI, Capital Markets and Security, on stage. Can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, we are felicitating Mr. Anil Yadav, General Manager, Troops Comfort Limited. Mr. Amay Bolekar, Senior Vice President, IDBI, Capital Markets and Security. Thank you so much. It is now time to introduce the next segment. Our next speaker is Mr. Jasbir Singh Solanki, the CEO of Mahindra Defence Systems Limited, Homeland and Cyber Security Division. He will be presenting a keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. Very warm welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Truly a pleasure and honor to be here today afternoon. My topic is roadmap for military technology indigenization. I know the audience here today is mixed, a lot of students, some of the users. So I'll try to address, and this topic, it's not a sale pitch from our company side. We are here to share our knowledge to the audience. Next slide, please. So my agenda today is give you a global perspective of how this defense industry is moving, what is Indian lookout to this side, what are the military technology domains generally considered across the world, and how is it changing also. What should be the indigenization approach which we are currently following, and what should be the future in that directions. So if you see this, this is a slide which shows the market value of military technology across the world. This is $2,240 billion, $2.2 trillion. So that's the market which is there in 2022. That's why you see so much focus on this industry. Next slide, please. This graph shows you what is the Indian import we are focusing on. In 2020, you will see Qatar, who imported maximum, then it is India, and then Ukraine. That's the graph there. Next slide, please. So what are the military technology and the domain? You would have seen from last 100 years, it's land, air, maritime. The space was added, and recently the cyber warfare. These are the 5 typical domains in which technology development happens, because all have to come together to fight a war kind of scenario. The 6th domain, which is the latest one, and we have seen in current conflict how it is playing role, is the battle of brains. Because today, war is connected, it is 24/7. It's running, it's changing the perception of people, it's changing the perception of decision makers. In current conflict between Israel and Hamas, you would have seen so many videos coming on social media and how they are making the impact on the decision makers. Next slide, please. So current state of military technologies, the challenges that we want to have an indigenization, because you have seen in COVID what happens if the countries are shut down. You have to have a self-reliance on you. The technologies have to be built in for today and tomorrow in this country to address your requirement. And there are a lot of government initiatives which we have seen happening in this space. Atmanirbhar initiative is one, the positive indigenization list another one, which is helping the MSME sector and defense company both in the public sector, private sector together. Next, please. So this is what I have taken from, again, whatever I'm sharing today here are my personal views and not related to my organization. Just wanted to put that disclaimer. This document I have taken from Indian Navy, and if you see here, they have sent what should be the approach. There's a technology gap in where they want to be and where they are today, and how to fill up that technology gap. Typical approach for indigenization has been you do the system level indigenization, you do the subcomponent level, and then you do the spare level. Most of the value was coming at spare level because the defense forces were looking for running their equipment. The spares were hard to find, so they were addressing that. Whereas to address tomorrow's future technology, we have to find out what are the needs of defense forces today and tomorrow and start developing systems for tomorrow. That's where the indigenization really has to happen and the impact will come. Next slide, please. So which model should we follow in India? There's a US model. They are the biggest exporter of military technology today. 40% of global export happens from US. Their model is totally based on private industry. You don't find any government company in that list of defense companies. 4 to 5 major large system integrators, contractors who takes the contracts with DoD and they implement it. There's an Israeli model where you find the government companies also and private companies, both getting an equal opportunity and they're competing it. Now there's no right or wrong. India has to find out its own course because you can't apply either the US model or Israel model on India. Israel is a very small country. Some of you might have visited it. It's between 80 to 90 lakh population probably, if I'm correct. It is the same population like Ahmedabad, if you check the population wise. Israelis are Jews, mostly business-oriented people. In Ahmedabad also you'll find business-oriented people. Gujaratis are very business-oriented people. If you put all the Gujaratis through defense training, what happens in Israel, all people are from the defense training background. So there's always a trust factor. So if you put entire Ahmedabad population to go through defense training, you'll find a lot of startups in India coming and addressing the defense industry. So there's no right and wrong model. I think that India has to find out its own ground and make system accordingly. What we have seen, there's a lot of collaboration which is required between the academia, between the government and private players. Unless and until this ecosystem is not created, the innovation will not happen for your new generation technology requirement. Next slide, please. So what are the takeaways? Very short. Collaboration between public and private is required, is essential, and we see that happening today. You have to have faith in the private companies. They can bring innovation to the ground and they can implement quickly. I'm not saying the government companies are not required, but give an open and equal platform for everyone. There's no cheap and best product solution concept. You can't have a product which is cheap also and best in the quality. To give an example, if you want your players to win gold medal at Olympics, thank you. If you want your players to win gold medal in Olympics, you have to have the best talent, you have to recruit the best talent, you have to train them, you have to provide them the best facility. And it all starts with the setting a goal that do I want 50 gold medal in Olympics, and then what do I need to do to achieve that? You cannot have, somehow, somewhere players will come from India and they'll win gold medal. You have to have a process. we fail in India to set up a process, right? Sorry, can you go back, please? That's okay. The third point I want to make it's very important, the freedom to fail. As our country, we don't celebrate failures. We should, because once you are trying new things, you can't be successful in first try, probably not in second try, third try, but somewhere on fourth or fifth try, you will succeed. We have no acceptance for failures, and that's why you don't see product innovation happening in this country so often. There are companies who do product innovations, but I think this is an important point. With this, I would like to close. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jasveer Singh Solanki, for sharing your insights along with us on the Cyber Security Division and Homeland. We would like to felicitate you, and to do the honors, may I invite Mr. Rishikesh Doizore, CTO, Nibe Limited, Bangalore. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. There's a felicitation ceremony that is taking place. May I request you all to please put your hands together and thank Mr. Jasveer Singh Solanki. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We shall now be introducing the next segment for today. In next segment, our speaker is Mr. Manoj Kumar Futane, Managing Director of Kala. He will be presenting on the topic of power electronics in defense sector. Devi or Sajno, may I request you all to please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Manoj Kumar Futane, the Managing Director of Kala, to join us on the dais. A very warm welcome to you, sir. In the meantime that we have our speaker joining us up on stage, I would like to welcome you all once again to the first Maharashtra MSME Defense Expo 2024, which is on land, airspace, and maritime security system. This expo is taking place for the first time. It is first of its kind Defense Expo in Maharashtra. In these 3 days, we are engaging 1,000 plus MSMEs, startups, and 20,000 engineering students. We are featuring industry leaders like Larsen & Toubro Defense, Mahindra, Tata, DRDO, and defense PSUs. We aim to pioneering Maharashtra as the premier hub for defense production and stimulating industry synergy. Also highlighting state-of-the-art technologies and proficiencies in the defense production sector. There is a lot that we all have had the opportunity to learn, experience in these 3 days. Today being the last day, ladies and gentlemen, we hope and we aim that there are many more such expos that take place on a very frequent basis. In a very short while, we shall be welcoming and introducing our next speaker. And in the meantime, we request you all to please be a little patient. Thank you so much.
In the inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds, a tale of Nibe Limited, an indigenous force driven by the vision of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Nibe, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise. Msme Limited. In just 3 years, Msme Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Msme's astounding rise, with shares soaring to impressive rupees 1,500. This outstanding result is powered by Msme Limited passionate design, manufacturing and leadership team. We believe a decorated armed forces need to be backed by a decorated engineering department. At Msme Limited, the innovation and design thinking meet cutting-edge technology powered by artificial intelligence to build innovative defense products for Indian armed forces. Our team of passionate engineers worked around the clock to deliver projects to our nation. Anchored by modern engineering, such the largest VMC machining centers in India, Msme's commitment to excellence shines through in every defensive project, from developing indigenous missile programs to fortifying air defense systems. Msme pushes boundaries and scripts glories across all fronts. At Msme's renowned welding academy, even the most complex metallurgy surrenders to the unmatched skills of artisans. Every product that rolls of Msme's surface treatment conveyors reflects the soul of India's Atmanirbhar dream. Beyond industrial supremacy, Msme visions a sustainable revolution in mobility through Msme e-motors. Driven by a culture of curiosity, innovation thrives at Msme Vanguard Research Center. As industry leaders and national figures praise Msme as the harbinger of India's self-reliant future, they immortalize a glorious renaissance, a testament to the extraordinary vision of Mr. Ganesh Msme. The future unfolds at Msme Limited, where India's engineering brilliance ignites the path to greatness. Join us at the forge where dreams become reality.
महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या सामर्थ्याचे महाप्रदर्शन. माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजित दादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून Msme लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, हमारे स्पीकर श्री मनोज कुमार फुटाने जी कुछ ही समय में यहाँ पर मौजूद होंगे, पर हम अगले हमारे स्पीकर को यहाँ पर मंच पर बुलाना चाहेंगे. देवी और सज्जनों, प्लीज वेलकम मेजर जनरल रिटायर्ड मनदीप. So we will be welcoming the speaker just in a short while. We are awaiting their way up to the venue over here. May I request your patience for some time? Thank you.
माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजितदादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून निबे लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEजना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्स्पो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल. अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा देऊन वायुदल, पायदळ आणि नौदलाचे जवान देशाकरिता प्रसंगी आपले प्राण सुद्धा त्यागतात. या तिन्ही दलांना शस्त्र रसदेची उणीव भासू नये म्हणून महाराष्ट्र राज्यातील SMEs आणि MSMEच्या माध्यमातून शस्त्रांची निर्मिती केली जाते आणि ही आपल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी गौरवशाली बाब आहे. अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रांचे, तंत्रज्ञानाचे, प्रणालींचे प्रदर्शन आणि विमानांच्या सिम्युलेटरचा जिवंत अनुभव घेण्याची संधी आपल्याला मिळालेली आहे. या माध्यमातून सैन्याला, देशाला बळकट करण्यासाठी शस्त्रास्त्र साधन सामग्री निर्मिती करणाऱ्या MSME क्षेत्राला जाणून घेण्याची महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स एक्स्पोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्राला सुवर्ण संधी लाभली आहे. अनेक विक्रमांची साक्ष असलेल्या अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रास्त्रांच्या प्रदर्शनाचा रोमांच अनुभवा आणि भारतीय सैन्याच्या प्रेरणा हृदयात जतन करून ठेवा. महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो, आयोजक महाराष्ट्र शासन व MIDC.
सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर, ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है. एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना
we are glad to announce and welcome our speaker, Major General retired Mandeep Singh, Dronacharya, FPV and loitering munition. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'd like to, on behalf of Dronacharya Aerial Innovations Limited. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak on a subject that is grabbing eyeballs all over the world today. And that is loitering munitions and first-person view drones, or FPV drones. In the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'll take you through what these drones are all about, an idea of what is the size of the market and where the industry can step into these two domains. The drone market, by some estimates, in India alone is going to be $4 billion by 2030. But in a very recent report, I even read that's going to be as big as $13 billion, which is huge, and it is actually exploding on the Indian landscape. And why is it happening? It's happening because there is a huge impetus being given by the government of India, driven by the Prime Minister himself, to make India a global hub for drones by 2030. The policies that the government of India has laid down are very, very favorable to the drone segment. And that is why we see this huge explosion happening in drones today. A word about the drone market in India. Just about 2 years ago, there were just 13,000 registered drones and 70 drone training institutes, just 2 years ago. And today, just 2 years later, it's exploded by 2,000%. 2,000%. The market has a CAGR of about 44%. Like I said, it's all about the favorable policies, all about the impetus that's being driven by the government of India. Just for your interest, for MSMEs and startups, last year alone, 400 crores was pumped into the startups in the drone segment. And hopefully, that should increase exponentially. So let me go to the loitering munitions. What is a loitering munition? It's nothing but an armed weapon in the sky. It's up there, it's hovering around. The moment it sees a target, it is able to attack it. So it's got a presence in the space. The controller is down below. You sight a target, you can engage it even as it is loitering over the battle space. Started way back with the Israelis in 1982, and by the Americans when they decided to use these as a drone swarm from an aircraft with onboard computers which could attack individual targets. But that was way back in 1982. Much has changed after that. Like I said, it was first used in the Baker Valley in 1982. But if you compare it with a missile, just to give you an idea of a comparison with a missile possibly like the AGM-88, it travels about 80-odd kilometers in 4.5 minutes. But a loitering munition can cover 300 kilometers and hover from anything from 2.5 hours to whatever is the size. And it's developing as we go along. Some people call loitering munitions as equivalent of land mines or sea mines. They are mines in the sky. And lastly, from the 80s, when it was 2 meters length and almost 135 kilos, it has now reduced to just 2 to 30 kilos. And with onboard AI as, for example, as the futuristic technology. You must have heard of the Bayraktar 2 in Libya. It knocked out all the Russian air defense systems, particularly the Pantsir. It was called the Pantsir Hunter. Recently, the Houthis used the Samad 3 loitering munition, which broke through the Patriot, the top air defense system of the US, and attacked the oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. So, most recent phenomena which are worrisome are that loitering munitions are today in the hands of non-state actors. So what's the lesson? Lesson is that air superiority or air dominance does not prevent the unhindered use of loitering munitions and UCAVs. Ground troops are still vulnerable. Secondly, loitering munitions resist detection. They are small. They have a very small RCS. And so therefore, radar systems are unable to pick them up. Thirdly, if they are used in a saturation mode, in a multi-vector mode, in a swarm mode, then even the SHORADs or the closed CIWS systems will be unable to block these munitions. Last, of course, the entry barrier for companies, for non-state actors is very low. So it's very easy for anybody to get into this space. In fact, it will enable non-state actors to create localized air forces. So what's the future? The future is loitering munition swarms, underwater or subsurface swarms, drone swarms. And there are at least 4 technologies that one can speak about which are going to transform the capabilities of loitering munitions. The first is the induction of chips. The second, improved computer vision. As computer vision improves, the detection becomes that much easier. Third is the LTPS, or the new solid-state batteries, which will enhance the endurance of loitering munitions. And lastly, high-velocity detonation explosives, which will give a better impact or a higher impact when munitions strike targets. Let me take you now through FPV drones. Very few people know what it stands for. But actually, first-person view drones have transformed the way Ukraine has taken on the Russians, and now, of course, it's proliferated all over. It's nothing but a small drone. It flies with an augmented reality goggle. The pilot flies it directly. It moves at a speed of about 150 to 160 kilometers an hour. It is highly maneuverable, and it has a camera which does real-time target acquisition. Just some pictures of how FPVs have destroyed tanks, guns, air vehicles, trenches, whatever you want. Let me just show you a video. It's not okay. Don't worry. Okay, we'll skip it. Okay. Right. So why is FPV a game changer? So the first thing is FPVs are what I call L2, H2 weapons. Low cost, low technology, high impact, high visibility. Secondly, they have a capability of operating in 3 modes. RAK modes, reconnaissance, arsenal dropping, and kamikaze mode. And lastly, the biggest example or advantage that the FPV has is that the sensor and the shooter is one and the same person. And since it's one and the same person, it's very easy to destroy a target. Why are they changing and how are they changing the battlefield? Enhanced reconnaissance, very easy to acquire targets. You're doing it real time. Force protection, it's a huge psychological warfare. The capability of an FPV in the battlefield impacts the minds of commanders psychologically because it can come from anywhere, any direction, any altitude, any height at very, very high speeds. It can be used for communications and finally in electronic warfare. So it depends on the payload that you want to develop on it. That's what a small FPV looks like. Carbon fiber, brushless motors, sensors, gyroscopes, lithium polymer batteries, which should now improve as I spoke, and FPV cameras for real-time transmission. The key to the success of an FPV is the pilot. If the pilot is not skilled, the FPV will not work. It's not everybody's baby at all. For an FPV pilot, he needs a lot of practice. If a drone pilot requires a week of training, an FPV pilot perhaps needs 2 months of training. And he has to have that aptitude, those reflexes, and perseverance. It's something like your Formula One racing. If you don't have it, and everybody can't drive a Formula One car. And lastly, those of you who have been to the PABT test, it's something like a PABT test for the Air Force. Everybody doesn't get through the PABT test. Let me conclude by saying loitering munitions require they are very high tech, but require very low skill. FPVs, very low tech, but require very high skill. And that is the essential difference between the two. How can the industry contribute? Well, the first thing is that FPV, you need a very low capex. It's a very low cost equipment. And since the manufacturing costs are low, the assembly lines can be easily at MSME at lower levels. The entry level is very low. And like I said, almost anybody can get in. You can make a 2.5 lakh FPV and assemble it yourself. And lastly, the industry can create what I call a 4-quadrant ecosystem. That is training, services, software, and manufacturing all in one space. Just a back-of-envelope calculation of what I think may be the requirement of just the Army alone. If you look at, say, the average of about 45 lakhs for a loitering munition, and it's scaled even at 4 per combat unit in the Army needs about 4,000 of them. And that 4,000 of them with catering for losses and damages with a 50% repeat order should be anything up to about 2,700 crores of just requirement if the scaling is very basic, 1 per subunit, 4. Whereas for FPVs, if the scaling is 4 per subunit, again for 1,000 combat units, at about 2.5 lakhs per bird, I think the market is about 360 to 420 crores. Simple, basic needs. Let me conclude with a word of caution. There are no regulatory frameworks at the moment, especially concerning FPVs. We need regulatory frameworks. The policy on usage of FPV drones has not been enunciated so far, and therefore it can be extremely dangerous if it is misused. And lastly, we definitely need international conventions to work around and put some kind of limits and restrictions, some rules of the road insofar as loitering munitions and FPVs are concerned. With that, I come to an end of my presentation. Thank you very much for a patient hearing and for giving me this space. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights along with us. It's an honor for us to felicitate you here. To do the honors, may I invite retired Major Arun Pathak ji to please join us upon stage and do the felicitation honors. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor for me to have an interaction with him, and it has been phenomenal to talk to him. Please welcome him with some Zordar Thali, everybody. From Major General retired Mandeep Singh Dronacharya, FPV and loitering munition, and he's been felicitated by retired Major Arun Pathak. What a moment it is. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We shall now be introducing and inviting our next speaker on stage. He is Mr. Manoj Kumar Phutane, Managing Director of Kala. He will be sharing his insights on the topic of power electronics in defense sector. May we welcome him with a huge round of applause upon stage. Very warm welcome to you. Very, very warm welcome.
Good afternoon, friends. First of all, let me thank Maharashtra government for organizing such an excellent exhibition, and thanks to Indian Army, Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, DPSUs, DRDOs, and the peers in the defense industry, and especially Nibe Industries. Ganesh Nibe, a very good friend of mine. I just would like to throw some light on the new topic, what is the power electronics. I am Manoj Phutane, representing Kala Defense and Aerospace Private Limited. It's a group company of Kala Group. We have been in the industry for last 3 decades. And the need of our today for future, especially in the defense, is going to be the power electronics. As everybody knows that today the scenario and the total warfare is different. So we have to ensure and see that how best we can be in the power electronics. As we are here in Pune, this is important from the point of view of reducing the energy waste and lowering the carbon emission. And at the same time, it is going to accelerate whatever we are talking about the future technologies. So as a Kala, what we have done so far, we have developed a new innovative product, permanent magnet alternator, PMA, hybrid alternators. We have worked out on an advanced power management system wherein power is going to play a very key role, a very, very important role for everything and anything for that matter to develop in the future. And with those technologies keeping in the mind, we are working with our different partners and the technology experts. That today the need of hour is to come together, complement each other's strengths and see that how we can come out with the best of the system available for the defense sector. We are working on the different type of bridges because the challenges are today different. Earlier we used to speak on the high temperature, but today we have to talk about on the high altitude, 4,700 meters and the minus 40 degrees. So the entire change in the technology is required. And as a Kala, we are focusing on the power, we are focusing on the engineering systems which are required for the ARVs. And together I am sure that with the MSME support and the people, because a lot of friends, because I am from the Pune, so a lot of friends are here, and last 2 days I have been interacting with most of the people. And everybody is very much eager to understand what exactly is the need of the hour of the defense sector and how best we can contribute for the new requirements. And there is a need today that the high power and high energy systems for radar and laser weapons, guns, and all other advanced platforms, the power electronics is going to be the key. And we know that as India, there is a lot to be done on the power electronics. A lot of research to be done, a lot of new things and lot new learnings from the MSME point of view. The entrepreneurs need to understand, because we have to learn a lot and we have to create an ecosystem wherein we have the right solution. And the power electronics is the process, and we have to venture into it in a very, very big way. So today there is a requirement of the power electronics in every part of what I said, that if it is a naval, if it is an army, or it is in Air Force. Even we were discussing with the Navy that electrical propulsion system and naval vessels and military vehicles, you said there is a scope and there is a requirement of power electronics. So I per se would like to mention here that all my MSV friends, we have to very seriously focus on the power electronics and see that we create this ecosystem in such a way that the power electronics, which is going to be the key for unmanned systems, cyber warfare and electronic warfare in future to come. So let's harness and innovate the spirit and entrepreneurial drive of MSME to forge a stronger, most resilient and defense ecosystem for the India. And I'm sure that the all entrepreneurs sitting here, because yesterday I attended the morning session where our Deputy Chief Minister said that here they are looking and they will be definitely coming out with the defense policy, and the defense cluster will be created somewhere around in this region. So let's take the advantage of it, and as a very, very serious and very, very committed entrepreneurs are here, so that we can all come together and give the right solution for the future needs of defense. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from Mr. Manoj Kumar Futane, the Managing Director of Kala. And we are honored here to felicitate him. To do the honors, may I invite Mr. Kishore Dharia to please join us up on stage and felicitate Mr. Manoj Kumar Futane. Felicitate Mr. Manoj Kumar Futane by the hands of Mr. Kishore Dharia. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now we shall be taking a break of 10 minutes, and post which we shall be announcing our next segment. Thank you so much.
The inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds. A tale of Msme Limited, force driven by the vision of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Msme, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise, Msme Limited. In just 3 years, Msme Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Msme's astounding rise, with shares soaring to impressive rupees 1,500. This outstanding result is powered by Msme Limited passionate Daisy, manufacturing and leadership team. We believe a decorated armed forces need to be backed by a decorated engineering department. At Msme Limited, the innovation and design thinking meet cutting-edge technology powered by artificial intelligence to build innovative defense products for Indian armed forces. Our team of passionate engineers worked around the clock to deliver projects to our nation. Anchored by modern engineering, such the largest VMC machining centers in India, Msme's commitment to excellence shines through in every defensive project, from developing indigenous missile programs to fortifying air defense systems. Msme pushes boundaries and scripts glories across all fronts. At Msme's renowned welding academy, even the most complex metallurgy surrenders to the unmatched skills of artisans. Every product that rolls of Msme's surface treatment conveyors reflects the soul of India's Atmanirbhar dream. Beyond industrial supremacy, Msme visions a sustainable revolution in mobility through Msme e-motors. Driven by a culture of curiosity, innovation thrives at Msme Vanguard Research Center. As industry leaders and national figures praise Msme as the harbinger of India's self-reliant future, they immortalize a glorious renaissance, a testament to the extraordinary vision of Mr. Ganesh Msme. The future unfolds at Msme Limited, where India's engineering brilliance ignites the path to greatness. Join us at the forge where dreams become reality.
महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या सामर्थ्याचे महाप्रदर्शन. माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजितदादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून Msme लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEsना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्स्पो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल. अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा घेऊन वायुदल, पायदळ आणि नौदलाचे जवान देशाकरिता प्रसंगी आपले प्राण सुद्धा त्यागतात. या तिन्ही दलांना शस्त्र रसदेची उणीव भासू नये म्हणून महाराष्ट्र राज्यातील SMEs आणि MSMEsच्या माध्यमातून शस्त्रांची निर्मिती केली जाते आणि ही आपल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी गौरवशाली बाब आहे. अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रांचे, तंत्रज्ञानाचे, प्रणालींचे प्रदर्शन आणि विमानांच्या सिम्युलेटरचा जिवंत अनुभव घेण्याची संधी आपल्याला मिळालेली आहे. या माध्यमातून सैन्याला, देशाला बळकट करण्यासाठी शस्त्रास्त्र साधन सामग्री निर्मिती करणाऱ्या MSME क्षेत्राला जाणून घेण्याची महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स एक्स्पोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्राला सुवर्ण संधी लाभली आहे. अनेक विक्रमांची साक्ष असलेल्या अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रास्त्रांच्या प्रदर्शनाचा रोमांच अनुभवा आणि भारतीय सैन्याच्या प्रेरणा हृदयात जतन करून ठेवा. महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो, आयोजक महाराष्ट्र शासन व MIDC.
भारतीय सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर। ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है, एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना के रूप में, और है जीत के लिए सदा तैयार, पराक्रम और परिवर्तन के दम पर।
सेना को भविष्य के लिए तैयार करने के लिए पिछले साल हमने एक संपूर्ण परिवर्तन यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की प्रक्रिया आरंभ की थी। इस संकल्प में हमने कई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त की है और यह पहल अब भी जारी है।
इस परिवर्तन की आधारशिला बन रहे हैं यह 5 स्तंभ जो ला रहे हैं भारतीय सेना में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव। पहला स्तंभ, वक्त से जीतने के लिए सेना चल रही है वक्त से 2 कदम आगे। इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से बढ़ी है क्षमता, टेक्निकल सुप्रीमेसी से आई है निपुणता, मॉडर्नाइजेशन से फैला है कौशल का दायरा। आत्मनिर्भरता के बल पर सेना ने छुई है नई तकनीकी ऊंचाइयां। इन संशोधनों से प्रखर हुई है सर्विलेंस, मोबिलिटी, प्रोटेक्शन और फायर पावर, और अधिक सशक्त हुई है भारतीय सेना। दूसरा स्तंभ, रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग और ऑप्टिमाइजेशन की दिशा में कदम बढ़ा सेना ने ली है एक नई छलांग। आउटडेटेड प्रोसेसेस और मैन पावर इंटेंसिव ऑपरेशंस को ऑप्टिमाइज करके और टेक इंटेंसिव रणनीति को अपनाकर सेना ने की है समय और संसाधनों की बचत। हर क्षेत्र में ऑप्टिमाइजेशन से बेहतर हुआ है टीथ टू टेल रेशियो, जिसने सेना को बनाया है अब और भी प्रभावी। तीसरा स्तंभ, ऑटोमेशन और डिजिटाइजेशन से सेना में आई है परिवर्तनकारी क्रांति। नए सॉफ्टवेयर से मौजूद प्रोसेसेस बने हैं एफिशिएंट और इफेक्टिव, जिससे ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग और लॉजिस्टिक चेन के साथ साथ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी हो गया है सुविधाजनक। स्मार्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन, 3D प्रिंटेड बिल्डिंग्स और ग्रीन आर्किटेक्चर का प्रयोग कर सेना अग्रसर है एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की दिशा में। चौथा स्तंभ, अग्निपथ, मानव संसाधन को समर्पित करती इस परियोजना ने सेना में भरा है युवा जोश और अभूतपूर्व कुशलता। आसान सॉफ्टवेयर ने अग्निवीरों की भर्ती, प्रशिक्षण, आंकलन आदि को बनाया है पूर्णतः निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी।
नारी में अपार शक्ति है, नारी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
गत वर्ष नारी सशक्तिकरण के लिए विशेष रहा है और कई नए आयाम नारी शक्ति के साथ जुड़े हैं। रणभूमि हो या खेल का मैदान, भारतीय सेना हर क्षेत्र में अव्वल रही है। पैरा एथलीट्स को समर्थन और सहायता देकर सेना कर रही है हर मैदान फतेह। अपने बहुमूल्य मानव संसाधन को सेना ने दी है एडवांस्ड मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज और बनाया है कॉम्प्लेक्स सर्जरीज को संभव। पांचवां स्तंभ, अखंड अखंड भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए भारतीय सेना समझती है सामूहिक शक्ति का महत्व। भारतीय वायुसेना और नौसेना के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला भारतीय सेना बन जाती है एक दुर्जय दल। अर्धसैनिक और राज्य पुलिस बलों के साथ तालमेल बना सेना ने किया है संयुक्त क्षमता का विस्तार। कॉमन प्रोक्योरमेंट और जॉइंट लॉजिस्टिक नोड्स के अलावा पीएम गति शक्ति और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर जैसे साझा प्रयासों से सेना देश की प्रगति में भागीदार बनी है। महान देश के अभयदाता इसके संरक्षक भी हैं और निर्माता भी। मित्र राष्ट्रों के साथ ऑपरेशंस और ट्रेनिंग हो या मल्टीनेशनल इवेंट्स में भागीदारी, सेना ने देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है। यूएन मिशन को सफल बना देश ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के आदर्श को जीवंत किया है। प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में सेना ढाल बन डटी हुई है और विकास एवं कल्याण संबंधी योजनाओं में इसका सौम्य सहयोग सफलता का कारण बनता है। सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में किए गए विकास कार्य सेना की राष्ट्रीय निष्ठा के प्रमाण हैं। देश सेवा में भूतपूर्व सैनिकों का निस्वार्थ योगदान भी उल्लेखनीय है और भारतीय सेना भी अपने भूतपूर्व सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों और वीर नारियों के उत्थान को समर्पित है। यही नहीं, सेना आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए निरंतर कार्यरत है। विद्यांजलि, बैटल ऑफ माइंड्स क्विज जैसी पहल ने चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशन और डेवलपमेंट को बहुमूल्य सपोर्ट दिया है। आशा स्कूल्स स्पेशली एबल्ड बच्चों को मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहे हैं। साथ ही सेना समर्पित है एक ग्रीन और क्लीन फ्यूचर के निर्माण के लिए। भारतीय सेना कर्तव्य की हर दहलीज को सर ऊंचा किए पार करती आई है, बिना ये भूले कि इसका परम कर्तव्य है देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति सजग और कटिबद्ध रहना। परिवर्तन के पथ पर अग्रसर भारतीय सेना ने तकनीकी निपुणता को अपना अभिन्न अंग बनाया है।
The transition towards becoming a modern, agile, adaptive and technology-enabled future-ready force shall continue as part of our transformation roadmap. The Indian Army will be observing the year 2024 as the year of technology absorption.
Inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds, a tale of Msme Limited, an indigenous force driven by the vision of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Msme, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise, Msme Limited. In just 3 years, Msme Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Msme's astounding rise, with shares soaring to impressive rupees 1,500. This outstanding result is powered by Msme Limited passionate Dazing, manufacturing and leadership team. We believe a decorated armed forces need to be backed by a decorated engineering department. At Msme Limited, the innovation and design thinking meet cutting-edge technology powered by artificial intelligence to build innovative defense products for Indian armed forces. Our team of passionate engineers worked around the clock to deliver projects to our nation. Anchored by modern engineering, such the largest VMC machining centers in India, Msme's commitment to excellence shines through in every defensive project, from developing indigenous missile programs to fortifying air defense systems. Msme pushes boundaries and scripts glories across all fronts. At Msme's renowned welding academy, even the most complex metallurgy surrenders to the unmatched skills of artisans. Every product that rolls of Msme's surface treatment conveyors reflects the soul of India's Atmanirbhar dream. Beyond industrial supremacy, Msme visions a sustainable revolution in mobility through Msme e-motors. Driven by a culture of curiosity, innovation thrives at Msme Vanguard Research Center. As industry leaders and national figures praise Msme as the harbinger of India's self-reliant future, they immortalize a glorious renaissance, a testament to the extraordinary vision of Mr. Ganesh Msme. The future unfolds at Msme Limited, where India's engineering brilliance ignites the path to greatness. Join us at the forge where dreams become reality.
महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या सामर्थ्याचे महाप्रदर्शन. माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजित दादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून Msme लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEsना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्स्पो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल. अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा घेऊन वायुदल, पायदळ आणि नौदलाचे जवान देशाकरिता प्रसंगी आपले प्राण सुद्धा त्यागतात. या तिन्ही दलांना शस्त्र रसदेची उणीव भासू नये म्हणून महाराष्ट्र राज्यातील SMEs आणि MSMEsच्या माध्यमातून शस्त्रांची निर्मिती केली जाते आणि ही आपल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी गौरवशाली बाब आहे. अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रांचे, तंत्रज्ञानाचे, प्रणालींचे प्रदर्शन आणि विमानांच्या सिम्युलेटरचा जिवंत अनुभव घेण्याची संधी आपल्याला मिळालेली आहे. या माध्यमातून सैन्याला, देशाला बळकट करण्यासाठी शस्त्रास्त्र साधन सामग्री निर्मिती करणाऱ्या MSME क्षेत्राला जाणून घेण्याची महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स एक्स्पोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्राला सुवर्ण संधी लाभली आहे. अनेक विक्रमांची साक्ष असलेल्या अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रास्त्रांच्या प्रदर्शनाचा रोमांच अनुभवा आणि भारतीय सैन्याच्या प्रेरणा हृदयात जतन करून ठेवा। महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो, आयोजक महाराष्ट्र शासन व MIDC।
भारतीय सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर, ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है, एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना के रूप में, और है जीत के लिए सदा तैयार, पराक्रम और परिवर्तन के दम पर।
सेना को भविष्य के लिए तैयार करने के लिए पिछले साल हमने एक संपूर्ण परिवर्तन यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की प्रक्रिया आरंभ की थी। इस संकल्प में हमने कई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त की है और यह पहल अब भी जारी है।
इस परिवर्तन की आधारशिला बन रहे हैं यह 5 स्तंभ जो ला रहे हैं भारतीय सेना में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव। पहला स्तंभ, वक्त से जीतने के लिए सेना चल रही है वक्त से 2 कदम आगे।
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from the break. We shall now begin with the very first segment post the break, which is a felicitation ceremony. May I invite Mr. Vikas Rathod, IAS, Joint CEO, MIDC, to please join us up on stage to felicitate dignitaries present over here. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Vikas Rathod. Welcoming Mr. Vijay Rathod, IAS, Joint CEO, MIDC. Very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite from the Air Force Officer, Wing Commander N.S. Singh, to please come up on stage, as we would be honored to felicitate you here. Wing Commander N.S. Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Honored to felicitate Air Force Officer Wing Commander N.S. Singh. We would also like to felicitate Wing Commander K. Yashwant on stage. May I request him to please come up on stage for this felicitation ceremony. Very warm welcome to you, sir. We are felicitating Wing Commander K. Yashwant on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
लाइट कम कर मेरे पे से लाइट
Ladies and gentlemen, हम जानते हैं कि इस एक्सपो में हम सभी किस मुद्दे से या फिर किस थॉट प्रोसेस से हम यहाँ पर आते हैं. But let me tell you all that this expo is taking place for the first time, and it is first of its kind, Defense Expo, taking place in Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, in these 3 days, we have experienced a footfall. I would talk about yesterday, it has been more than 1 lakh people who have attended this expo. And in these 3 days, we are engaging 1,000 plus MSMEs, startups, and 20,000 engineering students. We are also featuring industry leaders like L&T Defense, Larsen & Toubro Defense, Mahindra, Tata, DRDO, and defense PSUs. We aim at pioneering Maharashtra as the premier hub for defense production and stimulating industry synergy. Also, highlighting state-of-the-art technologies and proficiencies in the defense production sector. या एक्सपोच्या निमित्ताने इथे येणारे सर्व स्टुडंट्स आणि प्रोफेशनल्स यांना नॉलेज व ऑपॉर्च्युनिटीजचं अन्वेषण करता येईल. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, allow me to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Amit Pawar, CEO and Director of DASES. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Pawar.
Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to present one of the solutions for defense. First of all, thanks to MSME and thanks to the MIDC as well as Government of Maharashtra who gave such a wonderful platform to actually represent us and MSME sector in front of all. Thank you very much. Today's topic we are covering is digitalization in defense solutions actually. So our aim is to give the upcoming technologies in defense. So we'll just start with what are the technologies and what we can do in the defense sector. Start with this, what we are acquiring here is smart and secure defense campus, because that is the aim of our Prime Minister Modi sir, and it is smart campus is one of the leading edge to convert the most of technology into the defense sector. So in this smart and secure defense sector, we are covering the gate digitalization, which is the main gates or maybe number of gates, which is covering all defense sector that we are covering. Similarly, we are covering here is perimeter and intrusion alarm solution, which is again AI analytical based. Similarly, we are covering on asset management solution and asset protection solutions. So there are a number of assets which are there utilizing in defense sector that we are going to cover into the same. Same way we are going for the artificial surveillance system, artificial AI based. So there are many chances on the video analytics which we are going to showcase you. Same thing we are covering into military of Internet of Things. So that is of one of the major region where Internet is more or less banned into the defense sector. So we are covering on military on Internet of Things. So that is one of the biggest challenge for current industry. Digitalization of gates. So in the gates, there are many of activities which is coming up while you are almost covering to any of gate, if you are actually visiting to a defense sector. So what we are doing here is we are covering the entrance automation for majorly of vehicles where we can go for the analytical cameras for AI detection where number plate can be detected. Similarly, we are going for the RFID and facial detection, which is on the main entrance, where all vehicles and the drivers or co-drivers can be detected into various sectors. Similarly, that there are pedestrians like visitors, there are pedestrians like contractors and staff who are entering into the premises. That we are going to cover into the pedestrian access control system, which is very much deployed, and this is a new technology which we are covering into the defense, where the facial detection or maybe a biometric solutions which we are taking place into the same. Same way, the hassle-free visitor management solution. So entire visitors can be acquired into the same, and the kiosk-based or authentication based on Aadhaar-based solutions which we are providing here. These all are taken care on majorly on a web application or a platform where entire CAN network or precisely a LAN network or maybe a private cloud network where we are covering entire data to a one platform, so that furthermore there would be a chances for analytics or maybe a AI solution provided onto the same. There are various solutions for perimeter security systems where all these defense or naval bases are concerned, even the Air Force stations are concerned. So majorly the protection of perimeter is the major task. So covering to the same, we are covering smart cameras, we are going for it. So smart cameras are covering mostly on artificial intelligence solutions. So perimeter can be accessible and AI detected solution can be triggered it out. Same way we are covering, this is the new technology where you can say it's a very cheapest way to cover the perimeter onto a concertina or a barbered fence where the single simple fiber optic can be laid and the distortion of the fiber optic can be detected onto a single fiber optic solution. Similarly, this detection is again a location based detection. These detection are carried out with surveillance cameras which is protected onto a perimeter. So immediate alert to a control station can be generated and the same location can be mapped on the mapping solution. So this is the very fantastic solution because there is already a barbered cable or some solution is already provided. Only on to that we are fencing with the fiber optic network for the digital fencing solution. Same way we are going for the smaller areas where more or less 300 to 500 square meter areas can be covered by intrusion detection by using the laser beam sensing fencing solution. Same way with the IR or maybe radar based solution for the fencing solution. So this is a protective solution for majorly a smaller campuses of defense, army or a navy. This is the asset protection system. So there are number of assets which are already procured, maybe provided by into a defense sector where the manufacturing hubs are concerned or maybe armaments are concerned or maybe many solutions for mobile phones, lockers or maybe something like even in your laptops can be stored. So these are valuable assets which can be managed. Same way, the first solution which we are described here is a simple key locker. So all keys where we are hanged up are also gone through majorly onto a solution which is come with software based solution which is connected with the key locker solution. So every key is locked and authentication is based on a facial detection or a fingerprint authentication or a biometric solution. That is what we are covering off. So let's say start with the 18 keys to almost 200 keys can be tracked, and these keys can be later cover it up with facial or biometric solution. This is connected with the software-based technology. So a number of reports or MIS can be generated on the same CAN network or a private cloud network. Same way, weapons and mobile racks or laptops can be stored, even if your books can be stored or even your documents can be stored into a smart key lockers, which are again connected with the RFID or a facial based or a biometric solution. These are various used in many of other countries. We are also providing such kind of solution to Indian Army also. This can be very much generated through, again, with the MIS reports for the same. And it is a hassle-free way to get your weapons or get your any stuff which should be locked, or documents can be rectified. There are continual protection system. There are guards or maybe a security which are totally connected to any of periphery. So this patrolling solution also based on the RFID solution which we are covering up. RFID based tagging system, RFID based asset tracking system can be through simple handheld devices of RFID. And can be measured with the software-based solutions. So there are a couple of solutions which you already, naval base already acquired for, and similarly these solutions can be later on given to other industries too. Same way, artificial intelligence-based camera, because there are some of CCTV or surveillance cameras are already implemented and installed in various locations, but now we are covering with the artificial intelligence box which are connected with various artificial intelligence softwares or maybe algorithm. These all are based algorithm which is age algorithm. You can say the camera have its own algorithm itself. So there are a couple of algorithms we already covered up, and the solution is designed and developed by Indian companies and multinational companies too. These protection systems are smoke and fire detection, where many of cameras can be used in larger area where fire and smoke can generate or maybe can happen. So early detection system which we can implement through the third eye system, you can say. Similarly, we already talked on the protection of perimeter and peripheral solutions. So these are the fencing solution. Same way the CCTVs can be monitored and can be linked with the CMS location. Object detection and crowd detection is the major play role into the same industry, where crowd can be detected, or maybe object or a person or gender also we can detect on the same thing. Same way, number plate detection solutions are already there. So we already implemented these kind of solution. Drone surveillance is one of the major, many of industry you already seen the drones are using for various chapters. So same way the surveillance mode we can use the drone solution. Same way the guns and weapons, even if a person is carrying, that also we can detect on the same CCTV cameras. So this is one of the wonderful solutions which are come up in the defense sector, where we can utilize the same solution into a defense various, you can say, units. So these are the technologies where we are planning to go for. These are upcoming technologies and already utilized in many of industry. So same thing can be utilized into the defense sector. Thank you very much for understanding and listening about the upcoming technology into the same. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions or any queries, please let us know or let me know. So I am here to give you any kind of further feedback on the same solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Pawar, for sharing your insights along with us. We would now like to felicitate the felicitation will be taking place by the hands of Mr. Srinivas R. Deshinkar, the chairman of STDL. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Srinivas Deshinkar on stage. For this moment, ladies and gentlemen, everybody. Thank you so much. Moving on, we shall now be welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Rahul Pangre, Managing Director, Eternals Performance Materials, to talk on the contribution for MSMEs to move from Make in India to Product of India. Mr. Rahul Pangre, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great opportunity for me to stand here and talk to the entire MSME community about how do you move from where you are to where you want to be. And this presentation is more, it's not technical in any way. Can we have the first slide, please? Okay. Okay, so the presentation is about moving from Make in India, which is actually really doing great right now, to how do you move from Make in India to a Product of India. This is not at all a technical presentation. It is more of a strategy for MSMEs, of which all of us are a part of. And this is largely limited to the aerospace and defense sector as of now. If you see, how does technology or an idea come into reality or become a product or become commercialized? You start off with the technology being conceptualized or being born in a very small sector. This is typically the aerospace, space, satellite sector, which is where technologies get created, conceptualized. There's a very small market. Very few people exist in that sector. Then the technology gets adopted and refined by various OEMs, and that is where you will have sectors like commercial aerospace or even to an extent racing sector. And then over a period of time, the commercialization happens to a point where common industries like infrastructure, automotive, etc., adopt that technology. The market size of commercialized technology is way higher than that of the previous two segments. And hence, the number of players which play in all of these three are significantly different. As far as defense ecosystem is concerned, if you look at how products are developed in Indian defense, you would normally see that it follows a traditional model for innovation, where the requirements are put up by the users, the end users, what we call as the triforces. The DRDO takes that up and conceptualizes a product around it, develops it, designs it, tests it, validates it, prototypes it, and then it gets offered to a partner for manufacturing of a commercialization. So you see that this is something which actually follows quite a tortuous or a long linear path. And that is where we end up finally at something called as a Make in India, or where DPSUs and the normal OEMs and MSMEs take a part at the last stage. There was a very valid reason for this approach. One of the biggest reasons was that the private sector had hardly any R&D spend historically. Second, the national need was to ensure that we are independent from imports, especially in critical technology areas. So it made a very, very common sense approach or a common sense thought that to bridge this gap, the government had to take on these developments in-house and outsource the manufacturing to the sector. Now, this approach has worked very well till date. The question is, so here you have an entire cycle where you have product being conceptualized, the design being developed, tested, validated, quality certification, then manufacturing, and also support. Out of which, traditionally, you might see that the areas which are highlighted in dark towards the end are where the MSMEs have traditionally contributed. Now, this model in today's context, according to me, is quite irrelevant. You're looking at the speed with which the defense landscape is changing, the capacities that are being demanded from, like what you see in the Russia-Ukraine war, the amount of drones that are being deployed, there are tens of thousands of drones being deployed in that war. And how do you build that capacity? What sort of technologies do we want? And in this context, I feel that there is a collaborative model of innovation or new product development that's essential. One of the things is you still have the customer, which is number one, still specifying what it wants in terms of a visionary or a futuristic requirement. The industry and the DRDO or the DPSUs jointly work together on that project right from the time the product is being conceptualized. And that cycle is a recursive cycle, which finally would lead to the industry commercializing it, either in the MSME sector or in the DPSU sector or in the large OEM sector. This will actually transform the way in which NPD or new product development is happening. The scope of MSMEs or OEMs would now span the entire supply chain, right from conceptualization all the way to support. There would still be a requirement that DRDO or DPSUs are involved in conceptualization, which is where the bigger role of theirs exists. So what happens in this context is that MSMEs like us now move from being a vendor to someone who holds a product IP, and then later on graduates to someone who holds a technology IP. Now, this transition can happen only if we MSMEs take up product development as a focus. As long as we are happy doing subcontract work for the OEMs for various DPSUs, that's fine. But till the time we don't ourselves get into product development as a core area, this transition will not happen. Because what's required for this transition is something very different. The competencies required are very different. If you look at a commercialized product, you're typically talking of cost focus, quality focus, economy of scale focus, or efficiency focus. Whereas if you talk of product development, you're talking of innovation, spending in R&D, you're talking of ability to add value and having technological prowess. This can happen when we move from competing on cost to compete on capability. Then if we actually move from close to zero R&D spend to a significant proactive R&D spend, and a long-term engagement with not only the end user, but also with the DPSUs as well as the OEMs. None of the defense programs are 1 year, 2 year, 3 year horizon programs. They take significant amount of time. There is a significant amount of energy, resources, money that get invested upfront, and then maybe 3, 4 years, 5 years down the line, you might see the result of it. So it requires patience. And the organization, the way which our organizations are structured, that needs to be reinvented. So this is a journey where we are right now at a point where from being a bystander, we have moved to being a vendor to Make in India. I think this is the time when as a group, we need to transit from Make in India to a product of India, which will actually be 1 + 1, which is a little more than 2. Thank you. Any questions, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights along with us. We would like to felicitate you. And to do the honors, may I invite Mr. Prakash Chauhan, Chief Engineering, MIDC, to please join us on stage and felicitate and do the honors. Mr. Rahul Pangre, Managing Director, Eternals Performances Materials, for sharing his insights. Thank you so much. We shall now be inviting our next speaker, who is Mr. Ravi Sinha, Director, MSME Business Forum, India, to talk on unlocking potential, capacity building, and flexible funding for MSMEs. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Very, very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to come from New Delhi to Pune. Thank you so much. Is my presentation there? Good afternoon, namaskar. I represent MSME Business Forum India. And when I was told about this expo and the involvement of Indian MSMEs, especially your interest in the defense sector, so I requested that this is one topic that I wish to talk and I wish to appraise you all about. मैं अपना स्पीच प्योर इंग्लिश में नहीं, इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों में दूंगा, बिकॉज हमारे एमएसएमई इंग्लिश और हिंदी दोनों समझना चाहेंगे. प्लीज फील फ्री टू आस्क क्वेश्चंस, बिकॉज there was a time when we used to talk about Make in India, and the success of Make in India depends on ease of doing business. And MSME Business Forum India, जिसको मैं represent करता हूं, is your answer to ease of doing business. We want to support MSMEs. We want to support MSMEs in creating your ease, while you are performing and taking your qualities to the next levels. आज जो मैं आप लोगों के सामने बात करना चाहूंगा इज, हम लोग सब इस एक्सपो में आए हैं, बट व्हाट इज द अपॉर्चुनिटी, व्हाट आर द इनिशिएटिव्स, हम इस ग्रोथ को क्या लेके जाएं. सबसे बड़ी बात है, व्हाट आर द बॉटलनेक्स. अगर हम एक्सपो में आए हैं, अगर हम एक सेक्टर को एक्सप्लोर करने आए हैं, मैं एज एन एमएसएमई, व्हाट डू आई सी कि मुझे वहां से एक बिजनेस का स्कोप मिले जहां मैं उस सेक्टर में काम कर सकूं, इज द ओनली वे दिस बिकम्स सक्सेसफुल वेंचर फॉर यू. एंड एज MSME Business Forum India, I want, और rather we want, कि इतना बढ़िया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अगर हुआ है इन MSME सेक्टर, हाउ कैन यू टेक बेनिफिट. सबसे पहले तो मैं आप लोगों को यह बताना चाहूंगा, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, there are huge projects which is under make projects for you. पहला स्लाइड जो मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, this is should give you confidence in the amount of projects that is available with the Ministry of Defense, which we want MSMEs to come and take. We want MSMEs to participate, which is goals including promoting domestic manufacturing, reducing import, objectives aligned under all projects, which is called as make projects. Now, अगर आप ध्यान से देखेंगे इस कर्व को, I have got statistics for you, MSME statistics for you. Look at the growth of the budgets which is being allocated as capital budgets for Ministry of Defense for expenditure. How are we ready to ensure that we are part when these offerings are available by the MOD? That is the big question that all of you should know. Yes, I want to work in MOD. I want to work with MOD. कहाँ पे मैं fit करता हूँ, and what is the horizon, what is the scope? Look at the statistics. This is Government of India statistics. These are the initiatives which started कि कहाँ से हम MSMEs को opportunity दें, where opportunities MSMEs comes and participate. It's not only mid-corporate and large corporates जिनको खाली orders मिल रहे हैं. So the Government of India ने various अपने innovative system शुरू किया. जैसे 2000 system में IDEX आया, 2019 में Defense Production Conduct Programs start हुए, 2020 में Defense Acquisition हुआ. ये एक मैं आपको एक brief year by year बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं कि कैसे the things are being made more simpler, more reachable, more prosperous from a point of view of MSME when he sees that he wishes to work with in the defense sector. ये डेटा आप लोग के लिए बहुत जरूरी है, because this data talks about procurement. If you are an MSME, either a service provider or a manufacturer, you should know What is the procurement? And if you see the procurements, it is increasing from 2018, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21 and 21, 22. You got to understand, आप इस figures को देख के कितना motivated हैं, that how are you going to achieve this, or how are you going to be part of it while achieving whatever percentage is when it comes to your production. And if you see these datas, while I was coming, I took it from GEM कि भाई आप अपना मुझे data दीजिए, because I want to present the exact number for Indian MSMEs, and you all are MSMEs here. Now coming to the point, सारी चीजें जो मैंने आपको दिखाया, or you want me to tell you the opportunities are available. Have you ever thought कि हमको ये मिलता क्यों नहीं है? Or what is the bottleneck? Why are we not able to make up, and why are we not able to get into the defense sector? We are ready, we are wanting, but somehow the other, sir, we are not able to percolate inside, or we are not able to work. That is only because of two reasons. The one most important reason is capacity building. Number two is funds. And मैं इसी के बारे में आप लोगों को बताना चाहूंगा that once you want to work in the defense sector, ladies and gentlemen, please understand, my fellow entrepreneurs, mid corporates, you have to raise the bar when it comes to capacity building. You have to think about preparedness, which you are not doing. You have to think about how to do match up with the standards which MOD wishes. Borrowing is the next answer. कि सर हमको उसके लिए पैसे कहां से मिलेंगे? The first point is, are we ready to understand what is capacity building? I'll give you a real life example. See this chart. This is Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4. Automobile sector का मैंने example दिया आपको. And ज़्यादा पुराना example नहीं है. This example is of Corona, recently Corona. When Corona hit, you must have seen that automotive sector में suddenly demand बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया. Everybody wanted a car. But then you would have noticed that वो कार को डिमांड मीट करने के लिए OEMs के पास जो ancillaries थे in Q2, please see that they were unable to cope up with the demand. Orders हैं, but I'm not able to execute. Do you know why? Because capacity building हमारी थी नहीं. We had not planned for a capacity building. Which is what I'm saying. It's not only about defense orders or working in defense. I want Indian MSMEs to go to the next level. We are talking of make in India. Your capacity has to increase to an international standards. In Q3, आपने देखा होगा demand बहुत आ गया. कोई भी showroom में कोई भी गाड़ी आपको नहीं मिल रही है. Why? Because production line hit कर गया. Because of the lack of capacity building. And as a result, गाड़ियों की जो बैकलॉग थी वो बढ़ने लगी. दिस इज अ रियल लाइफ केस स्टडी दैट आई हैव ब्रॉट फॉर यू टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग. आई विल गिव यू अनदर एग्जांपल ऑफ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जो मोर और लेस सब लोग जानते होंगे. दिस इज फ्रॉम अ मोबाइल इंडस्ट्री. जब कभी भी एप्पल अपना फोन को लॉन्च करते हैं, एप्पल, देयर इज सडन सर्ज इन द मार्केट कि भाई एप्पल आईफोन 14 आ रहा है, आईफोन 15 आ रहा है. What happens? There is a huge demand which comes in, and as a result, there is again a disruption because हम prepared नहीं हैं वो नए जो market में जो technology आई है उसको match up करने के लिए. This is again, even it is happening at a level where the best of the phone manufacturer is building. As a result, the supply chain struggles to scale up. Production quickly enough to meet increased orders. Orders तो बढ़ गए. हमने launch कर दिया iPhone 15, हमने launch कर दिया iPhone 16, but we don't have the answers. Impact is $6 billion का revenue is hit. $6 billion. This is because you're not planning your capacity building. This is the gap. Now one part is capacity building. the other part is the borrowing. I will tell you, there is a solution to both. Across India, across the globe, the demand and the gap is almost 33 lakh crores, that is 33 trillions. आपको पैसे चाहिए in order to increase the capacity. आपको पैसे चाहिए in order to scale up. What we are trying to do now is, ladies and gentlemen, with MSME Business Forum India and its SPV, we have told you that capacity building ke liye there are three opportunities. Either you borrow from the bank, or you lease, or you put your own capex. I come here with a fund which I'm ready to release for the Indian MSMEs, which is to the tune of 650 crores for equipment leasing. Now, this fund is available for Indian MSMEs to utilize for their capacity building through leasing. अब आप बोलेंगे, sir, what is this leasing all about? This leasing में where we are funding you 650 million, 650 crore. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not require any collaterals. There is no risk as far as technology is concerned because you are asset light. I will talk about leasing in length, but what I'm trying to tell you is, for your capacity building, with MSME Business Forum here, money is not a constraint. Money has been parked. Money lene ke liye, you don't have to mortgage, you don't have to pledge anything. We are not asking you to pledge, but we are not going to give you for your working capital, we are going to give you for your assets. This leasing is what we wish to bring to the table for all the MSMEs of Maharashtra, that please utilize this fund. Please utilize this fund to build your capacity and grow your business. There is a difference when you put your money and buy that equipment against when you take it on lease, wherein we are ready to lease you. There is a difference. We have our own SPV, which will be guiding you, and in case for capacity building, you have already spent your capital expenses, we are ready to buy back that machine, pay you for that and release you so that your cash flow burdens are reduced. By the way, in all the developed countries, leasing is very good form of borrowings. This is the saving what you have when you borrow or when you take it on lease. Due to time constraint, I will not go in length to give you details, but what I can assure you is the funds are there to be taken. If I have come all the way from Delhi and my team has come all the way from Delhi, it's to give you this encouragement that 650 crores is for equipment leasing available for all the MSMEs, mid-corporates who wish to build their capacity in order to work in the defense sector. These are the two funds which I'm going to announce today. One is, as I said, for capacity building. The other is for green transition. We have about $40 million there, so that going forward, when you say that your factory is net zero or your factory is cost effective, you need to go and convert to solar. You need to convert to either rooftop or open access. We are funding you for that. So the idea of my coming here, speaking, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me here, is to tell you, the fellow MSMEs and mid-corporates, please focus on your capacity building. Borrowings and funds is not an issue. You've got such a good platform. The question only lies is awareness. और उसका live example मैं आपको बताता हूँ. And that's how I will like to end my presentation here. All of you are sitting here. Can you tell me what is the website where you go and check for all the MSMEs related issues? ऑडियंस में से किसी एक आदमी को भी मुझे जवाब दे सकता है, अगर आपको एमएसएमई से रिलेटेड कोई भी इशू आपको रिजॉल्व करना है या पूछना है या जाके स्टडी करना है, तो विच इज द वेबसाइट दैट यू विल गो? इतने सारे एमएसएमई, किसी का हाथ नहीं उठा. This is where you are lacking. My question again, you should know what is available where. And if you don't know which is the website to go, I will not announce it from here. Come and ask me. Because then you will know, कि sir, you are not behind, you are way behind. There is a dedicated MSME website which will tell you about what all schemes are available, what all funds are available, what all tenders are available, how to go about it, what are the approval matrix, how single window solution can solve it. Please refer to that website. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I knew I have taken a bit of time and I've rushed across, but the idea was you all have got the best of the time to utilize the funds that is available with you, the expertise that is available with you, the ease of doing vision that we bring in for you, and overall the opportunities in Ministry of Defense to work. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for sharing your insights along with us. Indeed, even I would like to come and ask you that where is that place wherein we can get all these solutions for MSME? I'll come to you personally and then ask you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please visit the portal called Champions Portal. Champions Portal.
Well, that was my trick to actually get the answer from him, and thank you so much for doing that, sir. We are honored now to felicitate you, and to do the honors, may I invite Mr. Vijay Rathore, IAS, Joint CEO, MIDC, on stage to please felicitate Mr. Ravi Sinha, Director, MSME Business Forum, to please join us on, who shared his insights along with us. Was our last speaker for today's third day. Ladies and gentlemen, thodi zordar taaliyan ho jaye as we thank Mr. Sinha for sharing his insights. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we proceed towards the last segment, which is the closing ceremony. May I request everyone to please be seated, as we shall be inviting the dignitaries one by one to share their views, their insights, and an overview of 3 days of the first MSME Defense Expo that took place in our city, Pune. Thank you so much. Couple of minutes and we shall be announcing the name of the very first dignitary who will be joining up on the dais. Thank you.
Inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds, a tale of Nibe Limited, an indigenous force driven by the vision of one.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing ceremony, I would like to once again welcome back Mr. Vijay Rathore, IAS, Joint CEO, MIDC, to please share his views, insights, and overview of all 3 days. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and officers. We are now at the fag end of this program. I am speaking in front of you for the closing of Maharashtra MSME Defense Expo 24-26 February 2024. This is the first of kind Defense Expo organized by the Government of Maharashtra under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Sirs, under the guidance of the Honorable Ministry of Industry. In this event,
more than 400 MSME participated. They have shared and exchanged their idea and contact numbers. The participation by Tri Services was highlight of this event. And we are very grateful and honored to receive all the three chief of the staffs today and yesterday. So we are very much honored to their presence and their guidance. More than 1.5 lakh visitors, which includes businessmen, students, and general public, had visited this stall. And at the end, I thank all who have made their efforts, including Government Maharashtra team, MIDC team, and our knowledge partner, Nibbe Limited. I thank all of them to making this event a successful and memorable. I think you will be gone from this arena with some good and cherishful memories. Thank you all for your time. Thank you again. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rathore. We would now like to invite Mr. Vikrant Nair, Major General VSM Government, Maharashtra and Goa. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. The organizers of this great event, that is the knowledge partner, Nibbe Defence Limited, the CIDCO, the Government of Maharashtra, the champions of the industry, and my fellow service officers and men. I was told by the organizers that I have to kind of give concluding remarks and my observation on this great gala event which has been organized. For B2B, as I understand, that for the business people, for the SMEs and all the champions of the industry, this was one of the greatest opportunities in Maharashtra to connect with each other, to develop the business and move towards the Honorable Prime Minister's goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Towards this, Make in India is such an important factor if we are to become a $5 or $6 trillion economy, out of which the defense manufacturing and defense export would take the major share of the pie. For the children and the families who came to see the defense equipment, most of them actually told me that it's the first time movie के बाद में उन्होंने किसी helicopter को देखा, tank को देखा, they could feel it, हाथ लगा के देखना. I'm sure out of these children, they will be the champions of and the captains of industry one day. There will be somebody like me who will be standing here. There will be somebody who will be flying those aircrafts and helicopters. Because ये जो बच्चे आए थे, यही actually भविष्य, यही user भी होंगे, यही creator भी होंगे. So I once again want to compliment each one of the organizers, the government of Maharashtra, CIDCO, and I take the liberty on your behalf to convey a pat to my fellow armed forces people for this wonderful thing which has been organized. And like Mr. Kaustubh was mentioning in the morning from the same dais, it has broken all sort of records of Maharashtra, the participation wise. My heartiest compliments to each one of you. Thank you so very much. Jai Hind.
Dhanyavad, sir. Thank you so much. We shall now be inviting Mr. Kishore Dharia, sir, to please present his insights and his thoughts on 3 days of the MSME Defense Expo.
नमस्कार. महाराष्ट्रात प्रथमच होणाऱ्या MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पोच्या शेवटच्या सांगता समारंभासाठी उपस्थित असणारे आपण सारे, सर्व MSME चे उद्योजक, त्याचबरोबर ह्या कार्यक्रमासाठी मुद्दाम उपस्थित राहिलेले आपले नाईक सर, त्याचबरोबर आत्ताच ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्र शासनाच्या वतीनं आपल्याला सगळ्यांना शुभेच्छा दिल्या ते राठोड सर आणि आपण सारे मान्यवर. महाराष्ट्रात पहिल्यांदाच इतक्या वर्षानंतर जेव्हा डिफेन्स एक्सपो झाला, तो डिफेन्स एक्सपो कसा असावा आणि तो कसा होईल, 1 महिन्यात ठरवलेला हा कार्यक्रम आज ज्या वेळेला आता आपण पूर्णत्वाकडे जातोय, मी तर असं म्हणेन की महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो जे स्वप्न महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथजी शिंदे असतील, संपूर्ण कार्यक्रमासाठी मार्गदर्शन असणारे DCM आमचे देवेंद्रजी फडणवीसजी असतील, त्याचप्रमाणे अजितदादा असतील, या साऱ्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली संपूर्ण 20 दिवसामध्ये ह्या संपूर्ण MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपोची योजना करून ती प्रत्यक्षात जसं योजलं होतं तसं पूर्णत्वाकडे नेणारे आमचे आदरणीय इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर, उद्योग मंत्री माननीय उदयजी सामंत यांच्या प्रयत्नांमुळे आज आपण इतका अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या शिरपेचात खरोखरच एक ज्याला म्हणतात की उद्योगातलीच संरक्षण उद्योगाला एक कलाटणी देणाराच नव्हे, तर संरक्षण उद्योगांबरोबरच संरक्षणाच्या विविध क्षेत्रातील क्षेपणास्त्र असतील, शस्त्र असतील, त्यांना अत्यंत जवळून बघण्याची संधी ज्या आमच्या शाळा कॉलेजेसच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना मिळाली, मला असं वाटतं की एवढी मोठी संधी पुन्हा येईलच. पण ह्या संधीमुळे येणाऱ्या काळात आपला भारत आत्मनिर्भर भारत व्हावा, हे जे मोदीजींचं स्वप्न आहे, आपले माननीय पंतप्रधान श्रीमंत मोदीजींचं जे स्वप्न आहे, हे मोदीजींचं स्वप्न पूर्ण करण्याकरता आज खऱ्या अर्थानं विद्यार्थ्यांनी, आज आपण जर बाहेर बघितलं तर पहिल्या दिवसापासून इंजिनियर्सचे विद्यार्थी होते, सायन्स कॉमर्स आर्ट्सचे विद्यार्थी होते, शाळांचे विद्यार्थी होते, त्यांना जवळून बघता आलं की संरक्षण यंत्रणा कशी असते. मला एखाद्या विद्यार्थ्याच्या मनात भारताच्या संरक्षण खात्यात जाताना किंवा जाण्यासाठी कुठल्या कुठल्या संधी उपलब्ध आहेत, त्या संधीचं आकलन, त्या संधीचं खऱ्या अर्थानं जवळ जाऊन शस्त्रास्त्रांना हाताळण्याची संधी आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना ह्या एक्सपोमुळे मिळाली. आज 2 लाखापेक्षा जास्त लोकांनी संपूर्ण आपल्या MSMEला ह्या डिफेन्स एक्सपोला भेट दिली. मला कल्पना आहे कदाचित इथे असणाऱ्या MSMEचे उद्योजक होते, त्यांच्या दृष्टीने आवश्यक असणाऱ्या काही मीटिंग्ससाठी काही वेळ कमी पडला असेल किंवा लोकांच्या गर्दीमुळे काही शक्य झालं असेल नसेल, त्याबद्दल दिलगीर आहेच. पण त्याहीपेक्षा आपल्या असणाऱ्या उद्योगातून आजच्या आपल्या MSME डिफेन्सचं जर खरं यश असेल तर आपल्या उद्योजकांकडे बघून, आपल्या MSMEतल्या छोट्या छोट्या स्टॉलमध्ये जेव्हा आमचे विद्यार्थी जात होते, खऱ्या अर्थानं त्यांच्या मनात संरक्षण आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनवण्यासाठी, जसं पहिल्यांदा असं होतंय की तिन्ही दलाचे प्रमुख आपल्याला येऊन मार्गदर्शन करून गेलेत. आज खऱ्या अर्थानं संरक्षण यंत्रसामुग्री बनवण्यासाठी महाराष्ट्राचं जे योगदान आहे, आणि पुणे तर खऱ्या अर्थानं एक हब आहे, मिलिटरीचा हब आहे, संरक्षणाचा हब आहे, आणि इथून ही सुरुवात झालेली आहे असं मी म्हणतो की आज हा सांगता समारंभ नाही, तर ह्या समारंभातून आपल्या साऱ्यांच्या प्रेरणेतून महाराष्ट्रात कालच जसं आदरणीय देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस यांनी सांगितलं, उदयजी सामंत यांनी सांगितलं की आपल्या महाराष्ट्रातलं एक डिफेन्स क्लस्टर, 3 डिफेन्स क्लस्टरची घोषणा होते. संरक्षण खात्यातल्या अनेक नवीन पॉलिसीजची सुरुवात होते, आणि हेच ह्या संपूर्ण डिफेन्स एक्सपोचं खऱ्या अर्थानं यशस्वीतता आहे असं मला वाटतं. आणि ह्या सगळ्याच्या मागे मला एक जोरदार टाळ्यांनी आपल्याला ज्यांचं स्वागत केलं पाहिजे, ज्यांच्याबद्दल बोललं पाहिजे, अशी जर एक व्यक्ती होती ज्यांनी सांगितलं की नाही महाराष्ट्रात डिफेन्स एक्सपो होणं महत्त्वाचं आहे, ते जर कोणी असतील तर निबे लिमिटेडचे गणेश निबेजी होते. त्यांच्याच कल्पकतेतून आणि त्यांच्याच प्रयत्नातून आज हा डिफेन्स एक्सपो आपल्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये खऱ्या अर्थानं साकार झाला. एक मराठी उद्योजक ज्यांनी अतिशय कमी काळात संरक्षण खात्यामधल्या अनेक विविध अशा क्षेपणास्त्रांची काही अवजारं असतील, काही क्षेपणास्त्रांचे प्रकार असतील, ते बनवण्याचा उद्योग उभा केला पुण्याजवळ. आणि तो उद्योग उभा करताना केवळ आपल्यापुरतंच संरक्षण खातं मर्यादित असता कामा नये, तर आपल्यासारख्या उद्योजकांच्या प्रेरणेतून नवीन उद्योजक तयार व्हावेत. MSMEसाठी ज्या काही योजना आहेत त्या त्यांच्यापर्यंत पोचाव्यात, नवउद्योजकांना नवीन संधी उपलब्ध व्हाव्यात, ह्या अतिशय उदात्त हेतूने माननीय गणेशजी निभे आणि त्यांच्या संपूर्ण निभे डिफेन्स ह्या परिवाराने जो प्रयत्न केला, ज्या अथक परिश्रम घेतले, त्यासाठी मला असं वाटतं की सर्वांनी टाळ्या वाजवून त्यांचं स्वागत केलं पाहिजे. हा MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो हा खरं तर महाराष्ट्र शासनाचा MIDC डिपार्टमेंट आणि इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट यांच्या वतीनं घेण्यात आला. आणि मला सांगायला आनंद वाटतो की इंडस्ट्री सेक्रेटरी हर्षवर्धन कांबळे साहेब असतील, आमच्या MIDCचे विपिन शर्मा सर असतील, महाराष्ट्र शासनातले आमचे धमसे सर असतील, कौस्तुभ धमसे सर असतील, त्यांनी खरोखर इथं थांबून ह्या परिश्रम घेऊन ह्या संपूर्ण डिफेन्स एक्सपोचं नियोजन केलं. आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं आज महाराष्ट्राला शान वाटावी. संपूर्ण भारतात इतका देखणा एखाद्या राज्यात होणारा डिफेन्स एक्सपो हा महाराष्ट्रात झाला, आपल्या पुण्यनगरीत पुण्यात झाला, ज्याला डिफेन्सचा आपण हब म्हणतो तिथे झाला. त्याचा सर्व श्रेय आदरणीय देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथजी शिंदे, त्याचबरोबर संपूर्ण शासकीय अधिकारी, पोलीस अधिकारी, त्याचप्रमाणे अनेक खात्याच्या जिथे इथे सहकार्य लागलं, टेक्निकल हायर एज्युकेशन असेल, शाळांचे विद्यार्थी असतील, शाळा असतील, कॉलेजेस असतील, सगळ्यांनी मिळून केलेला हा अतिशय देखणा उपक्रम महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासात कायम लिहिला जाईल असा डिफेन्स एक्सपो आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या सहकार्याने पूर्ण झाला. यासाठी मला खरोखर मनापासून आपणा सगळ्यांचं अभिनंदन करावं असं वाटतं. आणि येणाऱ्या काळात या एक्सपोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्रामध्ये संरक्षण खात्यातील अनेक उद्योग उभे राहतील. संरक्षण खात्यात असणाऱ्या MSMEमधून अनेक आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना तिथे नोकरीची, रोजगाराची संधी उपलब्ध होईल. डिफेन्सचे जे प्रमुख सर्व तिन्ही दलांचे प्रमुख आले, त्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाने प्रेरणात्मक झालेल्या विद्यार्थ्यांमुळे विचाराची दिशा जी बदललेली असेल, त्या सगळ्याचं श्रेय ह्या महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्सला देतो आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांची रजा घेतो. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद सर, तुमचा खूप खूप धन्यवाद. इसके बाद अब हम आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे श्री गणेश निबे जी को, CMD ऑफ निबे लिमिटेड. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन. A very warm welcome to you.
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. सबसे पहले फंक्शन को स्टार्ट करने से पहले छोटा सा एक अपोलॉजीज़ है कि सडनली हमने जो फंक्शन ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, ऑर्गेनाइज बाय महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट एंड नॉलेज पार्टनर निबे लिमिटेड, इंटेंशन बिजनेस का ही था कि ट्राई सर्विसेज आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन करें और आपका वेल्थ और टेक्नोलॉजी इंटरेक्शन बने और आपको बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटी ट्राई सर्विसेज में मिले अंडर आत्मनिर्भर कंसेप्ट के अंदर. लेकिन सडनली लास्ट 2 डेज से इतना क्राउड, आई डोंट नो, अभी निबे लिमिटेड नॉट ऑर्गेनाइजर दिस इवेंट, बट यह हमें भी सरप्राइज़ है कि इतना सारा क्राउड कहाँ से आया है. इसलिए जितनी पार्टिसिपेशन है मैं उनको मेरे तरफ से माफ़ी मांगता हूँ कि जो भी उनको तकलीफ हुआ है कि उनको बिजनेस इंटरेक्शन करने के लिए ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिला, स्पेस नहीं मिला, बिकॉज ऑफ सडनली विजिटर्स एंड एजुकेशन के वजह, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट की वजह से. लेकिन मैं इतना आपको एश्योर करता हूँ कि जितने लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेशन किया था उनको हम महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट करके क्या सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, हम आपको रिवर्ट अर्लीस्ट पॉसिबल उनको रिवर्ट करेंगे. और सेकेंड थिंग, निबे लिमिटेड के पास जो फ्यूचर प्लान है, जो पार्टिसिपेशन में से रिलेटेड टू मेटलर्जी एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है, उनको हम फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी बिजनेस का राइट ऑफ रिफ्यूज़ल देंगे, ताकि जो भी हमारे पास बिजनेस का अपॉर्चुनिटी नेक्स्ट 10 ईयर्स के लिए है वो हम पार्टिसिपेशन को ही प्रायोरिटी रखेंगे. ये हमारा प्रयास यही रहेगा कि और नेक्स्ट ईयर जो भी महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट या एनी 2 साल के अंदर जो विदिन 1 ईयर ये प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज होगा, इतना भी अश्योरेंस करूंगा और महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट भी करूंगा कि 2 डेज ओनली बिजनेस इंटरेक्शन के लिए रखें और 2 डेज या 3 डेज विजिटर्स एंड स्टूडेंट के लिए हम प्लानिंग करेंगे, इतना मैं आपको एश्योर करता हूँ। लेकिन इसमें अच्छी एक बात, हर नेगेटिव चीज़ के पीछे पॉजिटिव चीज़ बनती है, हर पॉजिटिव एक नेगेटिव चीज़ बनती है। तो पॉजिटिव थिंग्स ये बना है कि आजकल जितने भी न्यू जनरेशन था उनको बेस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म मेटलर्जी का, टैंक का, वेपन्स का, एम्यूनिशंस का, रडार्स का, लॉन्चर्स, मिसाइल्स, कम्युनिकेशंस, इस सब चीज़ का उन्हें बहुत फिजिकली डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन मिलने से उनमें कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड हुआ है कि हमें डिफेंस के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए। तो ये हम सब मिलके न्यू इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट को हमें आज का जो 3 डेज स्पेंड किया है उनके लिए स्पेंड किया है, ऐसा हम कंसिडर करके चलेंगे। ये मेरे आपको सबको रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा, क्योंकि हम सब छोटे एमएसएमई से स्टार्ट करके यहाँ तक आए हैं, लेकिन आने वाला न्यू जनरेशन जो है उनको स्टार्टअप्स और बिजनेस इंटरेक्शन का प्लानिंग उनको आज समझ में आ रहा है कि हमें ट्राई सर्विसेज के लिए कुछ करना चाहिए। और स्पेशल थैंक्स टू महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट जिन्होंने उतना ट्रस्ट हम हमारे ऊपर दे के जिम्मेदारी दे के हमने अच्छा डिलीवरी देने का कोशिश किया है। इससे भी अच्छा कोशिश नेक्स्ट एमएसएमई डिफेंस एक्सपो में प्रॉपर प्लान से, प्रॉपर प्लानिंग से, प्रॉपर इंटरेक्शन से ट्राई सर्विसेज को रिक्वेस्ट करके करेंगे। और एंटायर दिस इवेंट का सक्सेस पूरे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, ट्राई सर्विसेज के चीफ, DRDO, ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री, डिफेंस PSUs, उनका वैल्यूएबल कंट्रीब्यूशन है। ये पूरा सक्सेस आज हम सब मिलके उनको समर्पित करते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने अगर सपोर्ट नहीं किया होता तो इतना बड़ा इंटरेक्शंस और टेक्नोलॉजी डिस्कशन हम नहीं कर पाते थे। तो यह हमारा आज एक छोटा सा एक संकल्प भी करना चाहते हैं कि भारत माता के ऊपर जब कभी भी मिनिस्टर ऑफ डिफेंस को हमारी एमएसएमई की ज़रूरत रहे तो हम सब साथ मिलके करेंगे। तो इसमें आई थिंक सब एग्री है, ये मैं समझ सकता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये यहाँ से हम शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। जब हम रशिया, यूएस, इजराइल विजिट करते हैं तो वहाँ पे एमएसएमईज का जो बॉन्डिंग है वो इतने बिग लेवल पे है। अगर आपने डिसाइड किया कि मैं इजराइल जाके एमएसएमई का काम करना चाहता हूँ, ज़िंदगी में पॉसिबल कभी नहीं होगा। लेकिन रशिया का आदमी इस तरह का काम करना चाहता है, पॉसिबल है, क्योंकि हम एक नहीं हैं, वो सब लोग एक हैं। और जब मैं रशिया में लास्ट 2 ईयर्स बिफोर विजिट किया था सम इम्पोर्टेंट डिग्निटरीज, तो 10 से लेके इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज तक वहाँ पे डिफेंस गेम जोन, वहाँ पे जो डिस्प्ले था डिफेंस गेम जोन का एंड वार मेमोरियल सेंटर, लिटरली वहाँ पे 5,000 रुपीज़ स्पेंड करके वहाँ पे मैंने विजिट किया। हमारे फ्रीडम फाइटर के सामने वो तो कुछ भी नहीं। तो उन्होंने कुछ एक बार रशिया ने वार किया होगा, उसका पूरा डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन बिल्कुल 7 स्टार लेवल पे डिस्प्ले किया था। तो हमें प्राउड मोमेंट होना चाहिए। इस तरीके से प्लानिंग हमारे महाराष्ट्र में, पहले महाराष्ट्र हमारा घर है, पहले हमारे घर को डेवलप करेंगे, घर डेवलप हुआ तो देश ऑटोमेटिक होगा। उस सेकेंड थिंग, वहाँ पे जो बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है, वहाँ पे 7 डेज़ का फंक्शन होता है। 7 डेज़ के फंक्शन में 2 दिन इंट्रैक्शन टू बिजनेस कम्युनिटी, 2 डेज़ इंट्रैक्शन टू पूरे वर्ल्ड के सारे चीफ ट्राई सर्विसेज के, उनको उन्होंने इनवाइट किया था। कहा था सर ये हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी है, फॉर एग्जांपल ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल्स है, तो ये हमारा ब्रह्मोस है। तो हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया थी TUT कर सकते हैं क्या? नो, यू कैन डिस्कस माई चैनल पार्टनर 1 2 3, दिस इज माई एमएसएमईज। तो उनका ग्लोबल लॉकेट मार्टिन हो, एयरबस हो, उनका अंडरस्टैंडिंग इसी लेवल पे है कि हमारे फिक्स सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट है, हम चेंज नहीं करेंगे। अगर जितना मैंने थोड़ा सा नॉलेज लिया है उसी लेवल पे हमें अपना महाराष्ट्र का एमएसएमई सेक्टर और देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर उसी लेवल पे सोच के लिए हमें आगे लेके जाना है। अगर हम सब एक साथ काम करेंगे ना, दुनिया की कोई भी ताकत हमारे कॉस्ट को और हमारे प्रोजेक्ट को रोक नहीं सकती है। लेकिन एक साथ काम करना है। एक साथ काम करने से हमें वेल्थ मिलती है, स्ट्रेंथ मिलता है और सक्सेस भी मिलता है और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव डिलीवरी भी मिलती है। तो जो लास्ट 3 इयर्स में हमने प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट किया, निबे लिमिटेड, निबे डिफेंस एरोस्पेस, निबे एरोनॉटिक्स, निबे एम्यूनेशंस, तो इसमें एक वेल्थ क्रिएट करने का कोशिश किया। जितने भी एमएसएमईज है, मेरा सबको एक बिहाफ ऑफ निबे लिमिटेड एक निवेदन है कि लिस्टिंग का फॉर्मूला बीएससी और एनएससी उनको रिक्वेस्ट किया मैंने पर्सनली दोनों चेयरमैन को कि सर आप प्लीज़ पार्टिसिपेट करो, ताकि जैसा निबे का वेल्थ हुआ है वैसा सारे एमएसएमईज का वेल्थ होना चाहिए। अगर हम कहते हैं कि 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी तक हमको जाना है तो महाराष्ट्र में 35,000 एमएसएमईज है और कंट्री में 1 करोड़ एमएसएमईज है। ये जिस दिन एनएससी एंड बीएससी में लिस्ट हो जाएगा उसी दिन अपनी इकोनॉमी ट्रिलियन तक जाएगी। बिग 10 ओएम कंट्री रन करेगी ऐसा नहीं है, उनको हमारा सपोर्ट है तभी वो कंट्री रन कर रहे हैं। 10 हमारा सोच उन्हीं लेवल तक लेके जाना है। मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ। जब 2001 में फर्स्ट बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया शुगर केन का जूस से। शुगर केन का जूस अहमदनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोल्हार से तालुका रहता, इस छोटे से गांव से जब शुगर केन का जूस स्टार्ट किया तब रियलाइज़ हुआ अगर मैं शुगर केन का जूस बेचूंगा तो शुगर केन के जूस तक ही रहूँगा, मुझे आगे कुछ मेरे लाइफ में अलग करना है। और वो जो जीरो था, -0, वही ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा किक था कि आगे जाने के लिए। तो वही किक को लेके जब जर्नी स्टार्ट किया, आज 22-23 साल के बाद एक पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी, डेट फ्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और नेक्स्ट 10 इयर्स के लिए ऑल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज साइन इन माई हैंड और 12,000 शेयर होल्डर, उनका ब्लेसिंग। तो रोज़ हम काम करते हैं फैमिली के लिए और मेरे वेल विशर ट्रस्टेड शेयर होल्डर के लिए। तो बीएससी में लिस्ट करने से आपको आपकी वेल्थ मिलेगी, डे टू डे प्रोडक्ट डिलीवरी करने से आपका प्रॉफिट मिलेगा। फोकस, कमिटमेंट, इंटीग्रिटी, ये तीनों चीज़ को मैंने मेरे शेयर होल्डर को ट्रस्ट दिया है कि मैं चाहे कुछ भी करूं, मैं मेरा कमिटमेंट ऑनर करूंगा और डिलीवरी ऑन टाइम करूंगा और क्वार्टरली रिजल्ट्स मैं ऑन टाइम फाइल करूंगा, ताकि आपका ट्रस्ट, आपका फाइनेंस सेफ है, ये हमें कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए। तो मेरा सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि विद इन 3 मंथ, विद इन 6 मंथ आप बीएससी के सीनियर लोगों का आपका मीटिंग हो चुका होगा, उनसे आप इंटरेक्ट कर लो। छोटे से छोटे स्टार्टअप को आप लिस्ट कर लो। 74% प्रमोटर वैल्यू, 25% पब्लिक होल्डिंग, ये फार्मूला को समझो और उस फार्मूले से हमको डिसिप्लिन आती है कि क्वार्टरली रिजल्ट कैसा होना चाहिए, कमिटमेंट क्या होना चाहिए। और कभी भी सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आता है कोई भी एमएसएमईज को बैंकिंग फाइनेंस का, वो चैलेंज आपका वहाँ पे 0 हो जाएगा। कंप्लायंस बहुत है, जहाँ पे हार्ड वर्क है वहाँ पे प्रॉफिट है, जहाँ पे सॉफ्ट वर्क है वहाँ पे 10% प्रॉफिट है। तो सबको एक रियलाइज़ करना है कि मेरा खुद का एक यूएसपी है और वो यूएसपी है टेक्नोलॉजी। जो फर्स्ट जनरेशन आप और मैं अगर टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर काम करेंगे तो हमारे बेटे हमको देख के न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर काम करेंगे। हर बेटे का अपना माता पिता उनका एक सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल होता है, वो उनको देख के ग्रो करते हैं। तो एक छोटा सा सजेशन है, टेक्नोलॉजी बेस हमारा कंसेप्ट होना चाहिए एंड एवरीबडी की सब ने डिसाइड करना है कि मेरा बेटा जॉब नहीं करेगा, बिजनेस करेगा। बिजनेस करने से उसको फाइनेंस का नॉलेज आता है, इंटरेक्शन का नॉलेज आता है, ग्लोबल नॉलेज आता है। उस नॉलेज से वो अपना करियर इस्टेब्लिश करता है और आपको रिस्पेक्ट करता है। इसलिए एवरीबडी अंडरस्टैंड कि हमें जॉब बच्चों को जॉब के लिए नहीं भेजना, ना गवर्नमेंट ना प्राइवेट, हमें उनको अपने खुद के पैर पे खड़े छोटा सा स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट करके देना है, जो भी उसको अच्छा लगता है वो। ये मेरा आपको थोड़ा सा सजेशन है। और एंटायर महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट, मंत्री महोदय उदय सामंत जी, कांबले सर, डीसीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, जिन्होंने हमें विदिन 1 मंथ में स्ट्रेंथ दिया कि आप एक्सपो करो, मैं आपके साथ हूँ, और उन्हीं की एनर्जी से हमने ये एक्सपो करने का छोटा सा कोशिश किया है और इसको और अच्छे लेवल पे, बहुत ही बिजनेस प्रॉपर लेवल पे हम लेके जाने का कोशिश हम सब साथ में मिलके करेंगे। जो भी आगे का एक्सपो का प्लानिंग होगा वो आपसे कंसेंट लेके ही होगा और आपके गाइडलाइन से ही होगा। हमने छोटी सी शुरुआत की, लेकिन इतना बिग ग्लोबल एक्सपो होगा इसका मुझे आइडिया नहीं था। तो थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, थैंक यू महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट और ऑल MIDC ऑफिसर्स, थैंक यू, मैं पर्सनली अप्रिशिएट। और जो भी बाय मिस्टेकली कुछ होगा, बिहाफ ऑफ निबे लिमिटेड, बिहाफ ऑफ महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट, अपॉलॉजीज टू एवरीवन। थैंक यू। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
थैंक यू सो मच निबे सर। आपने काफ़ी सारे इंसाइट्स हमारे साथ में शेयर किए इस क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी में। वेल आई थिंक एज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स हम सभी थोड़े से इमोशनल हो जाते हैं, बिकॉज सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, इट इज़ द फर्स्ट महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेंस एक्सपो and it has been completed successfully. So big round of applause to that, ladies and gentlemen. हम हमारे इस एक्सपो में जितने भी लोग जुड़े, हमारे सभी पार्टनर्स, the government, the people of government, the people, the dignitaries from the army, from Air Force, from the Navy, we want to thank them all from our bottom of the heart. And यहाँ पर आए हुए सभी attendees, उनका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं हम। So अब तक जहाँ तक हमें नंबर्स समझ में आए हैं, अब तक के टोटल अटेंडीज हैज बीन more than 3 lakh people at the first MSME Defense Expo 2024, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big number, big turnout. We have Mr. Mahesh Khosla, who would like to share his insights for the closing ceremony.
It's a surprise. I never knew I would be on the stage talking to you people. I'm one of the exhibitors. We all exhibitors have faced a lot of problem in the last 3 days. Sorry, Nive sir, but ये था. Basically, I'm an engineer, हाथोड़ा fitter हूँ, और I make things which are very different from the world. I make wheel chocks. I make aircraft wheel chocks. I have made a new wheel chock especially for Dhanush gun, first time in India and the best in the world. It can withstand more than 250 tons. It's just weighing 7 kgs. हमारा सौभाग्य था कि हमारे स्टॉल पे एयर के चीफ आए, वाइस चीफ आए. इट वॉज ए गुड इंटरेक्शन, बट थोड़ा सा दिल थोड़ा सा दुखा कि जब पिकनिक मनाने लोग आ गए. बट गॉड ब्लेस. Next time we hope it will be far, far, far more better. Thank you all. God bless. Let's see you in the next event. Thank you, Nibiji.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khosla, for giving the closing note. Ladies and gentlemen, इसी नोट पर आप सभी का मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ. मैं हूँ आपकी होस्ट कशिता. एंड इट्स एन ऑनर फॉर मी कि मुझे इस मंच पर आकर आप सभी से बात करने का मौका मिला, इतने सारे दिग्गजों को यहाँ पर इंट्रोड्यूस करने का, फेलिसिटेट करने का मौका मिला. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इसी आशा के साथ हम आज का इस पूरा इवेंट को क्लोज करते हैं, इसी आशा के साथ में कि हम अगले साल जल्दी मिलेंगे और इससे भी बड़ा कार्यक्रम यहाँ पर ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे. Isn't that true? Ladies and gentlemen, we must say 3 cheers for a successful event of the first Maharashtra MSME Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, please say 3 cheers. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you. And not to forget, the entire event has been flawlessly organized by Rising Events. Thank you so much.
महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024 सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या सामर्थ्याचे महाप्रदर्शन. माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजितदादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून निबे लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEsना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्सपो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल. अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा घेऊन वायुदल, पायदळ आणि नौदलाचे जवान देशाकरिता प्रसंगी आपले प्राण सुद्धा त्यागतात. या तिन्ही दलांना शस्त्र रसदेची उणीव भासू नये म्हणून महाराष्ट्र राज्यातील SMEs आणि MSMEsच्या माध्यमातून शस्त्रांची निर्मिती केली जाते आणि ही आपल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी गौरवशाली बाब आहे. अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रांचे, तंत्रज्ञानाचे, प्रणालींचे प्रदर्शन आणि विमानांच्या सिम्युलेटरचा जिवंत अनुभव घेण्याची संधी आपल्याला मिळालेली आहे. या माध्यमातून सैन्याला, देशाला बळकट करण्यासाठी शस्त्रास्त्र साधन सामग्री निर्मिती करणाऱ्या MSME क्षेत्राला जाणून घेण्याची महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स एक्सपोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्राला सुवर्ण संधी लाभली आहे. अनेक विक्रमांची साक्ष असलेल्या अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रास्त्रांच्या प्रदर्शनाचा रोमांच अनुभवा आणि भारतीय सैन्याच्या प्रेरणा हृदयात जतन करून ठेवा. महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्सपो, आयोजक महाराष्ट्र शासन व MIDC.
In the inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds, a tale of Nibe Limited, an indigenous force driven by the vision of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Nibe, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise, Nibe Limited. In just 3 years, Nibe Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Nibe's astounding rise, with shares soaring to impressive rupees 1,500. This outstanding result is powered by Nibe Limited passionate dazing, manufacturing and leadership team. We believe a decorated armed forces need to backed by a decorated engineering department. At Nibe Limited, the innovation and design thinking meet cutting-edge technology powered by artificial intelligence to build innovative defense products for Indian armed forces. Our team of passionate engineers worked around the clock to deliver projects to our nation. Anchored by modern engineering, such the largest VMC machining centers in India, Nibe's commitment to excellence shines through in every defensive project. From developing indigenous missile programs to fortifying air defense systems, Msme pushes boundaries and scripts glories across all fronts. At Msme's renowned welding academy, even the most complex metallurgy surrenders to the unmatched skills of artisans. Every product that rolls of Msme's surface treatment conveyors reflects the soul of India's Atmanirbhar dream. Beyond industrial supremacy, Msme visions a sustainable revolution in mobility through Msme e-motors. Driven by a culture of curiosity, innovation thrives at Msme Vanguard Research Center. As industry leaders and national figures praise Msme as the harbinger of India's self-reliant future, they immortalize a glorious renaissance, a testament to the extraordinary vision of Mr. Ganesh Msme. The future unfolds at Msme Limited, where India's engineering brilliance ignites the path to greatness. Join us at the forge where dreams become reality.
भारतीय सेना सबल, साहसी, शूरवीर। ये सर्वविजेता योद्धा दल वर्तमान और भविष्य की चुनौतियों के लिए परिवर्तित हो रही है, एक अजय और आधुनिक सेना के रूप में, और है जीत के लिए सदा तैयार, पराक्रम और परिवर्तन के दम पर।
सेना को भविष्य के लिए तैयार करने के लिए पिछले साल हमने एक संपूर्ण परिवर्तन यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की प्रक्रिया आरंभ की थी। इस संकल्प में हमने कई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त की है और यह पहल अब भी जारी है।
इस परिवर्तन की आधारशिला बन रहे हैं यहाँ 5 स्तंभ जो ला रहे हैं भारतीय सेना में अभूतपूर्व बदलाव। पहला स्तंभ, वक्त से जीतने के लिए सेना चल रही है वक्त से 2 कदम आगे। इनोवेटिव डिजाइन से बढ़ी है क्षमता, टेक्निकल सुप्रीमेसी से आई है निपुणता, मॉडर्नाइजेशन से फैला है कौशल का दायरा। आत्मनिर्भरता के बल पर सेना ने छुई है नई तकनीकी ऊंचाइयां। इन संशोधनों से प्रखर हुई है सर्विलेंस, मोबिलिटी, प्रोटेक्शन और फायर पावर, और अधिक सशक्त हुई है भारतीय सेना। दूसरा स्तंभ, रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग और ऑप्टिमाइजेशन की दिशा में कदम बढ़ा सेना ने ली है एक नई छलांग। आउटडेटेड प्रोसेसेस और मैन पावर इंटेंसिव ऑपरेशंस को ऑप्टिमाइज करके और टेक इंटेंसिव रणनीति को अपनाकर सेना ने की है समय और संसाधनों की बचत। हर क्षेत्र में ऑप्टिमाइजेशन से बेहतर हुआ है टीथ टू टेल रेशियो, जिसने सेना को बनाया है अब और भी प्रभावी। तीसरा स्तंभ, ऑटोमेशन और डिजिटाइजेशन से सेना में आई है परिवर्तनकारी क्रांति। नए सॉफ्टवेयर से मौजूद प्रोसेसेस बने हैं एफिशिएंट और इफेक्टिव, जिससे ऑपरेशनल प्लानिंग और लॉजिस्टिक चेन के साथ साथ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी हो गया है सुविधाजनक। स्मार्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन, 3D प्रिंटेड बिल्डिंग्स और ग्रीन आर्किटेक्चर का प्रयोग कर सेना अग्रसर है एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की दिशा में। चौथा स्तंभ, अग्निपथ। मानव संसाधन को समर्पित करती इस परियोजना ने सेना में भरा है युवा जोश और अभूतपूर्व कुशलता। आसान सॉफ्टवेयर ने अग्निवीरों की भर्ती, प्रशिक्षण, आंकलन आदि को बनाया है पूर्णतः निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी।
नारी में अपार शक्ति है, नारी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
गत वर्ष नारी सशक्तिकरण के लिए विशेष रहा है और कई नए आयाम नारी शक्ति के साथ जुड़े हैं। रणभूमि हो या खेल का मैदान, भारतीय सेना हर क्षेत्र में अव्वल रही है। पैरा एथलीट्स को समर्थन और सहायता देकर सेना कर रही है हर मैदान फतेह। अपने बहुमूल्य मानव संसाधन को सेना ने दी है एडवांस्ड मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज और बनाया है कॉम्प्लेक्स सर्जरीज को संभव। पांचवां स्तंभ, अखंड भारत की सुरक्षा के लिए भारतीय सेना समझती है सामूहिक शक्ति का महत्व। भारतीय वायुसेना और नौसेना के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला भारतीय सेना बन जाती है एक दुर्जय दल। अर्धसैनिक और राज्य पुलिस बलों के साथ तालमेल बना सेना ने किया है संयुक्त क्षमता का विस्तार। कॉमन प्रोक्योरमेंट और जॉइंट लॉजिस्टिक नोड्स के अलावा पीएम गति शक्ति और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर जैसे साझा प्रयासों से सेना देश की प्रगति में भागीदार बनी है। महान देश के अभयदाता इसके संरक्षक भी हैं और निर्माता भी। मित्र राष्ट्रों के साथ ऑपरेशंस और ट्रेनिंग हो या मल्टीनेशनल इवेंट्स में भागीदारी, सेना ने देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है। यूएन मिशन को सफल बना देश ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के आदर्श को जीवंत किया है। प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में सेना ढाल बन डटी हुई है और विकास एवं कल्याण संबंधी योजनाओं में इसका सौम्य सहयोग सफलता का कारण बनता है। सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में किए गए विकास कार्य सेना की राष्ट्रीय निष्ठा के प्रमाण हैं। देश सेवा में भूतपूर्व सैनिकों का निस्वार्थ योगदान भी उल्लेखनीय है और भारतीय सेना भी अपने भूतपूर्व सैनिकों, उनके परिवारों और वीर नारियों के उत्थान को समर्पित है। यही नहीं, सेना आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए निरंतर कार्यरत है। विद्यांजलि, बैटल ऑफ माइंड्स क्विज जैसी पहल ने चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशन और डेवलपमेंट को बहुमूल्य सपोर्ट दिया है। आशा स्कूल्स स्पेशली एबल्ड बच्चों को मुख्य धारा से जोड़ रहे हैं। साथ ही सेना समर्पित है एक ग्रीन और क्लीन फ्यूचर के निर्माण के लिए। भारतीय सेना कर्तव्य की हर दहलीज को सर ऊंचा किए पार करती आई है, बिना ये भूले कि इसका परम कर्तव्य है देश की सुरक्षा के प्रति सजग और कटिबद्ध रहना। परिवर्तन के पथ पर अग्रसर भारतीय सेना ने तकनीकी निपुणता को अपना अभिन्न अंग बनाया है।
The transition towards becoming a modern, agile, adaptive and technology-enabled future-ready force shall continue as part of our transformation roadmap. The Indian Army will be observing the year 2024 as the year of technology absorption.
महाराष्ट्र एमएसएमई डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 सामर्थ्यशाली भारतीय सैन्य दलाच्या सामर्थ्याचे महाप्रदर्शन. माननीय पंतप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र मोदी यांच्या आत्मनिर्भर भारत या संकल्पनेतून प्रेरित होऊन महाराष्ट्र राज्यात संरक्षण क्षेत्रास बळकटीकरण देण्याच्या उद्देशाने माननीय श्रीयुत एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य व माननीय अजितदादा पवार उपमुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली माननीय श्री उदय सामंत उद्योग मंत्री महाराष्ट्र राज्य यांच्या नेतृत्वात महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स हब उदयास येत आहे. त्याचीच पायाभरणी म्हणून अभिमान, समृद्धी आणि शक्तीचे स्थान असलेल्या छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज यांच्या जन्माने पावन झालेल्या पुण्यभूमीमध्ये दिनांक 24 ते 26 फेब्रुवारी 2024 या कालावधीत मोशी पुणे येथे महाराष्ट्र एमएसएमई डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 चे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. पुण्यातील आंतरराष्ट्रीय प्रदर्शन आणि कन्व्हेन्शन सेंटर मोशी येथे हे महाप्रदर्शन होणार असून निबे लिमिटेड ही कंपनी महाराष्ट्र एमएसएमई डिफेन्स एक्स्पो 2024 ची नॉलेज पार्टनर आहे, तर L&T सोलर, टाटा ॲडव्हान्स सिस्टम्स, भारत फोर्ज लिमिटेड या कंपन्या स्ट्रॅटेजिक पार्टनर आहेत. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात आत्मनिर्भर भारताच्या वाटचालीला अधिक बळकटी देण्यासाठी राज्य शासनाच्या उद्योग विभागामार्फत आणि डिफेन्स रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट ऑर्गनायझेशन DRDOच्या सहकार्याने या प्रदर्शनाचे आयोजन करण्यात आले आहे. संरक्षण उत्पादन क्षेत्रात महत्त्वपूर्ण योगदान देण्यासाठी राज्यातील सूक्ष्म, लघु आणि मध्यम उद्योगांना MSMEsना सक्षम करणारा महाराष्ट्रातील हा अशा प्रकारचा पहिलाच डिफेन्स एक्स्पो असून हे महाप्रदर्शन आत्मनिर्भर भारत उपक्रमांतर्गत संरक्षण क्षेत्रातील वाढ आणि नवकल्पनांना चालना देणारे असेल. अदम्य इच्छाशक्ती, निडरता, साहस आणि निस्सीम देशभक्तीची प्रेरणा घेऊन वायुदल, पायदळ आणि नौदलाचे जवान देशाकरिता प्रसंगी आपले प्राण सुद्धा त्यागतात. या तिन्ही दलांना शस्त्र रसदेची उणीव भासू नये म्हणून महाराष्ट्र राज्यातील SMEs आणि MSMEsच्या माध्यमातून शस्त्रांची निर्मिती केली जाते आणि ही आपल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी गौरवशाली बाब आहे. अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रांचे, तंत्रज्ञानाचे, प्रणालींचे प्रदर्शन आणि विमानांच्या सिम्युलेटरचा जिवंत अनुभव घेण्याची संधी आपल्याला मिळालेली आहे. या माध्यमातून सैन्याला, देशाला बळकट करण्यासाठी शस्त्रास्त्र साधन सामग्री निर्मिती करणाऱ्या MSME क्षेत्राला जाणून घेण्याची महाराष्ट्र डिफेन्स एक्स्पोच्या माध्यमातून महाराष्ट्राला सुवर्ण संधी लाभली आहे. अनेक विक्रमांची साक्ष असलेल्या अत्याधुनिक शस्त्रास्त्रांच्या प्रदर्शनाचा रोमांच अनुभवा आणि भारतीय सैन्याच्या प्रेरणा हृदयात जतन करून ठेवा. महाराष्ट्र MSME डिफेन्स एक्स्पो, आयोजक महाराष्ट्र शासन व MIDC.
In the inspiring story of India's progress, a new chapter unfolds, a tale of Nibe Limited, an indigenous force driven by the vision of one man. Meet Mr. Ganesh Nibe, the visionary founder whose passion gave birth to a remarkable defense enterprise, Nibe Limited. In just 3 years, Nibe Limited significantly contributed to reshape the future of Indian defense and aerospace. Witness Nibe's astounding rise, with shares